commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the tech.
Inspire entrepreneurs and fair progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, many thanks, Temitokwe and the news crew, for giving us the latest development across the globe. That's what you do best, is a picture of what is happening across the globe. This is where the big story lives, and whatever story you think is trending around the world, that's what you can get on our channel. Today, I'm not alone as usual. My partner in shaping policy is also here. Blessing, glad you have joined us.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm great. I see we've tried to reactivate the camera, the
camera. It's working now.
And it's a great day because it's Wednesday, and so, like you've mentioned earlier, we're talking about sustainable development goals. How sustainable are the plans to ensure that they're achieved by 2030? Whenever we talk about this, you know how we say 2030 is just 6 years away. You know, when you say 2030, sometimes it sounds like, oh, it's still very far, sometime in the future, but 6 years can just, go by very fast, and before you know it will be 2030, and it will be time for countries to begin to evaluate steps that they've taken to ensure that some of the goals are actually achieved. And then to the front burner issue, cutting spendings on arms.
Military spending, yeah.
Military spendings. Well, you raised the question.
Yeah.
How feasible is that, given the conflict situation in some of the countries, and how they're still very intentional on continuing with the war situation? For instance, Ukraine, Russia, they're still not talking peace yet.
And then the concern is, it's been estimated that since the war broke out, the Ukraine-Russia war, the whole world has had cost to spend more than they've spent in the last 35 years. Since that war broke out, more than billions of dollars have been expended. In fact, according to the estimated, figure, Russia spends between $500 million and $1 billion annually to procure this war. So if you flip the other coin, look at the impact of that on Ukraine, if you get to Gaza, you get to what is happening in Sudan, even what is happening here in Nigeria,
Yes.
you understand that this military spending, it's a necessity. But the concern that United Nations is having is how do we redirect these resources from warfare towards achieving peace and also achieving sustainable development goals.
In my opinion, I think that sounds like treating symptoms and not actually the root cause, because I do not think that anyone would rather spend on ammunition rather than spending on development. But because there's a conflict situation, then it becomes a necessity. You talked about flipping coin. If we flip the coin too, while there are those who are spending the resources that should have been used on development to procure arms, there are those who are benefiting because it's good business at this moment, talking about those who produce these arms. It's business.
The so-called military contractors.
Yes.
They're also smiling to banks.
They're smiling, and it's becoming very lucrative because, hey, people would not pursue peace. They would rather be hostile to one another. And after all the destructions, that's the painful part of it. After all the destructions, sometimes they still come to a round table to negotiate. Someone said that war is a violent negotiation. It's people talking, but this time it's the ammunition that is talking. So at the end of the day, the person whose ammunition, who has more, gets the loudest voice and gets the say at the end of it all. But we can actually prevent that from happening. We're not only ones to talk about this. We have someone who will be joining us virtually to look into the possibility of what the UN Deputy Chief has asked, the possibility of cutting spendings on arms. We'll get connected with him after this break. Stay.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
To know you're still there with us, just as we always do, we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. And now to our big story for today. The United Nations has called on global leaders to redirect financial resources from warfare to peace and sustainable development initiatives. The question is, how possible is this, given the fact that some of these nations are going through crisis, talking about what is happening in Russia, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Gaza, and even in some part of Africa. Let's shift the conversation to our special guest who joins us for the first time on Early Exchange today. He joins us virtually from the United States. We're being joined by Ambassador Roy Hoideve, who is a security expert, a military veteran with over 25 years of experience, and is also the CEO, August High Limited. Ambassador Roy, glad you have joined us for the first time on Early Exchange this morning.
Thank you very much. And we seem to be wearing the same kind of outlook. What happened?
Oh, what a good coincidence. Great minds think alike. And I must commend you for staying awake. I learned it's 2 a.m. where you are now in the United States, Texas, precisely. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a sign to show you at the right
Always
time
a pleasure.
for this conversation. So let's...
Always a pleasure.
Now, The United Nations is calling on global leaders, on nations to redirect financial resources from warfare towards achieving peace and sustainable development goals, meaning that nations will have to cut down on military spending. But the question is, given the fact that the world is battling with global crisis, making reference to what is happening in Ukraine, Russia, Sudan, and the rest of Africa, how realistic is this admonition or this directive from the United Nations? From your military background, give us an experience into how this works out when it comes to military spending, and then looking at this admonition from United Nations, how can nations marry these two extremes?
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure, and I like the angle that you usually take up your narratives. You know, just think back like a few months where we were talking on some TV stations, and I mentioned that the ECOWAS has lost its relevance when the ECOWAS insisted that the country that did a coup d'etat must revert back to the president. I said it's not possible. Now we are losing those countries. ECOWAS is getting dilapidated. Now let's take it up to the United Nations. Those days when I was in the military, so many of us were asked to wear the blue beret and serve in the United Nations peacekeeping force. Don't forget that we had ECOMOG under ECOWAS, and the United Nations hijacked the ECOMOG because the African countries started to quell all the uprisings in African nations, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and put together a body that started to interpret peace to our situations. The United Nations came in, took over the ECOMOG, and it became United Nations peacekeeping force. You know, and I said it then that by the time you begin to look at your relevance and not imputing the relevance of your establishment in the daily lifestyle and in conflict resolution, you will lose it. Now, the United Nations was like represented in also the World Bank, you know, and the human rights, the global human rights concerns. So the United Nations is supposed to handle financing and also handle rules of engagement, laws that stands between I and you and nations to nations. You know, what I should do to you, what I cannot do to you. But if you check the politics of interplay in the United Nations started to veer towards power enrichment for some certain countries, you know, and they began to use the United Nations to oppress other countries within the world and the global setting. And that is where the failure began, because some people became bigger than the laws of the United Nations and they violate human rights. But when others violate human rights, same countries go after the other countries with the United Nations and get them to answer for the penalties. So there must be a balance, or else the United Nations itself cannot pursue this mandate of sustainable global communities.
All right. Now you've talked about there must be some push or some way of trying to create a balance. You talked about balance. In creating that balance, if the go-to for the UN, firstly, is to say countries should cut arms spending, they should do a major cut in arms spending, without addressing or trying to address the cause of the conflict that have necessitated major spendings in arms. Does that look like a doctor trying to treat the symptoms of the patient without addressing the root cause of the disease?
Thank you very much. You see, there is the other day I spoke about reaction and being proactive. Okay, now we we like talking about peace when there is war, and that is totally wrong. I am a fellow in the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, okay? And in Washington, there's an Institute for Human Rights. I'm also a professional in that institute. You know, I'm a certified consultant for human rights. If there is war ongoing, any kind of addressing it by restricting the opportunity of any country to be able to defend themselves, that means you are taking sides. Now, if you see that there is peace, once upon a time, there are times where every country is shielding their arms. They are talking, but they are not fighting. Those are the kind of times that you should come up with such a thing. You know, Russia and Ukraine, they have been together close to a year or over a year now. You know, and everybody thought within 5-6 months, Russia will just squeeze Ukraine together, you know, but it's not happening. And I told them on the TV stations then that it's not happening. Why? Because there are economic considerations. Russia is trying to sell its grains, and other people are trying to also buy weapons from Russia. And Russia has certain weapons too. It must buy from other countries, and it must exchange what it has to be able to buy anything from outside, you know. And there is this protect me, I will protect you mandate also. So the United Nations is not truly properly in the decisions of who carries weapon, who sells weapon, or who manufactures weapons. What the United Nations have been doing over the years is to come out to address abuse of power, not the generation of illicit and dangerous power opportunities. So you build your Tucano jets, you build your kinds of rockets flying, you build your nuclear weapons, you are building it, and they are saying you cannot use it. What kind of funny scenario is that? I'm building nuclear weapons, I'm testing them. Sometimes they do testing, and you say you cannot use it. So I think that there is a gap somewhere with the United Nations and its input. Now, Israel and the Gaza Strip and Palestine, Iran, and every other country in that axis have not taken up arms against themselves, apart from the Russia-Ukraine that is going on. Then you now come up with this policy. Whose side are you on? That will be the question on everybody's mouth.
All right, interesting narrative there. Now, let's look at this side of the story where the United Nations is asking nations to cut military spending, majorly on what you call major arms. I like the fact that you have a military background, which is why this conversation, you are the right man for this conversation. I would like you to give us a picture when it talks about spending on major arms. What does that involve? I would like you to shed more light on that. Then how significant is that to what you call military operations, and then the necessity to cut that kind of spending on major arms? How possible is that?
Okay, by my understanding, most times where a country exists, the country manufactures its own weapons if it has the capability and keeps in storage for any possible use to protect its territorial integrity. The other reason is a country manufactures weapons to sell to others, you know, and sometimes they don't only sell for financial exchange, they sell also for economic advantage, like crude oil, like agricultural products, like medicine. There can be an exchange. Now, the third reason that I know about is you now manufacture or you procure to protect yourself. You know, so at a point where you are under attack, most of your budgeting would be to protect yourself. If you see Nigeria, at a point we got very high in our military budgeting. because there was terrorism, there was insurgency in some parts, there was terrorism in so many parts of the country, and our neighbors were getting unfriendly. We had that Bakassi issue with Cameroon. We have Niger coming up with different kinds of alignment with other countries that are not familiar with peace. So all of those things made us to increase our budget. Now, if a country is increasing its budget on military spending, definitely its arm of protecting its fraud must look at those that are within the component of that budget to say, is this figure actually to contain, entertain, and procure certain numbers of equipment as requested? So the other thing you should also consider is when the budgeting for military hardware has gotten to that level, there must also be growing impoverishment. The people will have more poor citizens. Market systems will not be working. The buying power of every citizen in that country will deteriorate because the government is no more investing in productivity for economic lifespan. So instead of me to buy agricultural products, I'm already exchanging them for weapons. Instead of me to manufacture and refine my crude oil, I'm exchanging the crude oil for 10 years ahead, for weapons from another country. The Tucano we bought in Nigeria, we have not used them. And all those money for crude oil that we have invested to procure them. So I'm sure for sustainable global systems, in the procurement of weapons, they must also understand that it overlooks every other necessity because it is assumed that it is to protect the people. So when you have military men on ground and they need to show of force, it is what they have in terms of hardware and software. Don't forget that military weaponry is both hardware and software.
All right. Now, you've talked about what could happen when countries invest more in securing or acquiring weapons rather than attending to development in their country. But this is it. So some governments would actually want to invest or put funds into development that will benefit the citizens. But as you also have made clear, the need for protecting the citizens. So at some point, it seems like protection comes first. While the reasons that needs weapons for protection continues, could you speak to some of the reasons that are fueling the conflict? Earlier, you asked a question, on what side is the UN? Could that be some perception on the side of the warring parties that is fueling this conflict? Perhaps they see the UN as not being fair, or they see some other institutions that could have brokered peace as not being fair, and they feel they can only get justice by themselves.
Thank you very much. You are trying to open up some can of worms, and I know we'll get there, but I didn't think it would have been so fast. Now, you remember the COVID, and you remember the narratives of the COVID, and we finally found out that people just wanted to sell vaccines, and people started coming against the COVID system, and the reasons for global lockdown. So I said, people that manufacture weapons, they definitely are owned by people that sponsor governments in other countries, So if you manufacture weapons, you have to sell it. It must be used for you to prove that it has the capacity and capability that you specified when manufacturing it. If you say a nuclear weapon can shoot from here and get to country, like 10 countries away, and it cannot be detected by radar, and it will destroy and kill certain number of people in a city, you have to prove it. And how do you prove it if there is no conflict or crisis for you to use it? So certain people that are into manufacturing of all these weapons, they are the first port of call when you want to look at underlying reasons why conflicts pick up. Now, if you also look at the interest that is beyond military, you will be shocked that for certain countries to sit down together and trying to intimidate another continent, the best way to do that is to make sure they have loggerheads. And once they have loggerheads, they begin to fight. Each party will be calling for assistance, and they will be ready to sign up any kind of alliance with any country that will agree to come in to protect them. That is how certain oil prospecting companies came into Nigeria. After independence, we are supposed to be in charge of everything that we have. As Ukraine is there, I was telling someone the other day, Russia is already signing and already executing alliances that will not favor its country, its financial system, its survivability in years to come. Ukraine is also same way signing alliances with sustainable supply of weaponry and personnel and security intelligence with its own resources. So China is harping on it, globally sitting down and collecting from everybody. India is just there collecting from everybody. So many other countries that have prepared themselves, they have resisted to have conflict with another one, but they have prepared to procure and distribute and supply so many of those things. Most of the things used in the US and some Western countries, they are manufactured in China because of cheap labor and the availability of the industries and the easy processes of export and signing of MOUs. So China opened the door for all of that. So people must protect their interest, and they must create conflicts in places where they want to intimidate. And until you come down to your knees before they will now begin to put in some peace treaty and creating peace to reign. So that is a system. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria, for an example, we had a time when politicians come out to articulate a good speech to prepare themselves to the public what they want to do and what they have done before. Politicians were careful to do things that will be like a history to show that I am capable, I have the capacity, I can do it. But right now in Nigeria, the first thing to do in politics is, before you even come in, you are creating conflict for the existing government. You are making sure there are some crisis somewhere or some crisis somewhere. You are intimidating the agencies, the EFCC, the DSS, all of them. You are trying to put them in a quagmire where they cannot really perform their statutory roles, and they will now become dilapidation. Then some people will move from one party to the other. Look, I like strategy. I've studied strategy a lot. It has helped me to see how people do negative strategic planning. And that is where you cannot uproot crisis and bring in peace. For now, what the world is seeing is systemic sale of weaponry in areas of crisis and instigating crisis to be able to sell your weapons.
All right, interesting. And now let's look at the business side to these. In the midst of this global chaos or insecurity or crisis, there are military contractors who are also benefiting from this. There are businessmen who are like middlemen in between these nations who are making money and smiling to banks. Now, how do we achieve a situation where business concerns are not at the expense of global peace, which is why United Nations is making this outcry now, for us not to have a situation whereby some people allegedly could be making gains while on the other hand, it's at the expense of global peace. How do we ensure that we have what we'll call a balance here? Because there's this presumption that it's cheaper to pursue peace rather than warfare.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, there is this understanding for sale of weapons. Now, if we have peace, the United Nations is supposed to set down policies that will restrict. What we need is to create restrictions of African countries have restrictions. You know, Asian countries, European countries, the Western world, they don't have restrictions. You know, if Nigeria wants to buy bomber jets now, you will hear the United Nations will come and say it will be used against human rights. You know, and they won't sell. And we need to go cap in hand to go and get it. And finally, when we get it, we will be sending reports on how we are utilizing such weaponry. But do you put the same rules of engagement for Asian countries, European countries, and the Americans and the Western world? It's not possible, you know, because the lawmakers originated from some of these places. So if you can get that done, put down same policy for everyone. Don't make it an animal farm where some animals are more qualified than others. That's one. Two, you must make sure that the use of sustainable development goals exceeds the use for sale of weaponry and personal protection. Personal protection must give way from hardware. If there is infringement in any country, the United Nations must not go to sleep. It goes to sleep when there are infringement, little conflicts that it could hammer on with policies, but it goes to sleep until it generates and degenerates into physical combat. So the United Nations must see those little conflicts, fight against them, institute policies, and maintain a strong hold on those policies. We have a world court, you know, the Geneva Convention and all of those things. Who will make sure that they are reviewed upward? Don't forget that there is a dynamic, global dynamic in everything, especially with the input of AI, the input of cyber security and cyber attacks, and the opportunity of the whole world being a global village in the fingertips of anybody that have opportunity to technology. So technology in itself must also have a control, and it must have equal whip for every violator. So if a country is infringing on the right of any other country, before it gets to a crisis period, the United Nations is supposed to hammer down with its rules of engagement. Everybody going to ECOWAS meeting, remember, they are ECOWAS heads of state, and that is not correct. You know, there must be academic and professional people that will represent a country, so that the interaction at that level, at that summit, will be favorable towards intellectual, professional, and academic resolutions, not the presidents coming to talk about elongation of their tenure and personal interest. Finally, I want to say that all these security agencies like Wagner Group and all that have now been grown up into personal armies, that opportunity has not been given to Africa. In Nigeria here, the Association of Licensed Private Security Practitioners have been begging to be given license for its members to carry arms. Meanwhile, in America, you just do the level 2, level 3 certifications and you go and buy your gun. You know, you can be a bloody civilian so far you are above 18 and you have done drug tests and whatever. But in Nigeria, we have millions and millions of retired personnel from the police, the army, the DSS, all the military, and they could stand in as approvals to carry weapons and serve private security organizations that are licensed by the Ministry of Interior, the NSCDC, and the overall function of the NSA. Now, we didn't do that. So why won't Wagner Group or whichever come from outside and begin to intimidate us in Africa? Because we have not executed rules that will help our people create internal homegrown security system where we can have our own private security armies.
Talking about roles now, you talked about the UN ensuring that there is control in the global arms industry. If we look at the UN Security Council, the permanent members, there are 5 countries: US, France, China, there is also Russia. These 4 countries, the 5th one of them is the United Kingdom, but 4 of the permanent members of the UN Security Councils are dominant players in the global arms industry. Now, while the UK may not be a dominant exporter, it also has a significant arms industry. So, if you have these members of the UN Security Councils as dominant players in the global arms industry, does it look like, or is there a possibility that the UN will be able to control the global arms industry? Where should it start from? Should it start from having new entrants into the UN Security Council to ensure some balance?
The can of worms that you are trying to open. The process for having members of the Security Council has been sealed already. The members of the Security Council were also in existence when we had NATO come up, North Alliance Treaty. Now, that North Alliance Treaty has also segregated certain countries of the world into its own protective mechanism, where Ukraine is now saying, I want to join. Sweden will say, I want to join, so that I will be protected. So we have AU, African Union, before we now had ECOWAS, to separate the West from other African countries. Remember Brexit, where the European countries were trying to also separate themselves into workable groups. But why can't we have that happening in the areas of protective measures? Instead of having NATO, why can't you say, let's open up membership? You want to go away, you want to go away. Okay, you, both of you, send representatives to come into the council and become members of decision takers for global peace or global whatever. Now, because they needed that close group, because they have an understanding. Is there a major crisis in France that you see other countries flying weapons into France? The answer is no. Is there a war in America? Now, is there a war in China? Look at all the countries that are there. Russia itself, its own issue started from a long time ago and got escalated after those assumptions that it hacked into the US system during the political politics of that era. Now, so Russia itself has also had issues in NATO, where the countries there in NATO are asking for protection from Russia. So you can now see that Russia itself have elongated its tentacles to African countries asking for relevance and started to give them protection, like using China also as a cover-up and aligning with Islamic states like Iran and other countries. So this has also brought a kind of coloration in the way it has acceptability, and that is the crisis it's facing now. So if you want to bring in any country into the decision takers, you need to expand the membership. Who will do that? Is it African countries that have capacity now that will do that? No. African countries have Africans that are relevant in all of these countries. In America, in everywhere, in the World Bank, we have someone there. Okonjo-Iweala and so many other people have spoken internationally, have international relevance and recognition. But who will give them a space to go into global decision making? It's not ready, and it's not going to happen right now.
Oh my, what an interesting submission. But it should happen, if you agree with me, because Africans should take their destiny into their hands, which will bring me to this question. You talked about the influx of arms to nations like Russia, Ukraine. You're aware of what is happening in Sudan as well. You're also aware of some African countries where you have military administration as we speak. Now, what will be the impact of the influx of arms around this continent, especially Africa now? And what would you expect African leaders, because you've said it might not stop now, but what would you expect African leaders to do? Because if you leave this influx of arms getting to Sudan, you have Burkina Faso where you have a military regime and the rest of them. What should be the call to action on the part of African leaders to tackle this, what I call time bomb?
You know, we have a challenge. You know, I used to tell my staff, I said, procrastination is a killer. You know, if I wake up in the morning and I want to do something, I make sure the sun does not rise before I take concrete decisions and begin to take beginner steps on that thing that I want to do. You know, people say write it down, but me, I don't write down most of the time. I act out. You know, instead of me to say, I will wear that shirt, I will wear this shoe, I wear it. I just pick it up and I wear it. You know, so where we need to understand, let's break it down. I like to start from Nigeria because I want us to have a local knowledge of what's happening outside. You know, when there is time for elections, you see that not everyone, you know, biased political players, let's use that word, right? Okay, they buy arms and they equip their members of hoodlums and gangsters that they want to use to snatch ballots, buses, to intimidate opponents. So once there is a rally going on, you journalists, you have been stabbed, so many of you have been shot, you know, during political rallies. And you see the police taking cover with you behind the vehicle. And these hoodlums take over the rally, ransack everything, and walk away. Even the ones that are arrested, they are released later. After any of the political party, no one is innocent, because all the key players in all our political parties today, they have moved from point A to point B. So the people in APC, the people in Labour Party, the people in PDP, the major parties in Nigeria, they have all moved around. So they have tested waters. You know, so but the pain is that they have armed these boys and they don't recover the weapon from them. They have made these boys to intimidate the police, the DPO and all that. They have not recovered the integrity of those police DPO and those police officers that are supposed to handle policing. We that are military people, we see these same people come into the barracks to come and see your commander, you know, and they walk away. So the agreement to arm any kind of non-state actor, gangs, and give them privileges to intimidate state actors, military, police, or whatever, that are supposed to protect the people. And you find them collecting taxes, and the government is also collecting taxes from the same citizen, paying taxes to gangsters and to government. Now, look at it globally. Every time there is a crisis in the world, the people used to fight mostly are mercenaries. You know, they come from different countries, sign up and are paid attractive allowances, and they get recruited, they get armed, and they are used. Now, they too train people locally. In Niger now, there's Russia and whatever, they are training a lot of people. Wagner Group are training a lot of people in all those countries, African countries that said they don't want to become members of ECOWAS anymore. Now, when they now have peace, those people you train, the language they understand is violence. and you have not recovered the weapons from them, you have not shown them the workability of measures in your country to keep peace. So in global setting, the United Nations have not shown any route to intimidate the would-be world powers. And those world powers have continually been able to arm insurgency in any country of their choice of interest, and they don't withdraw those arms. So it's a circle. This circle must continue until something necessary happens in the ability of a global body coheres together to create peace, to become able to implement and execute decisive measures.
So what would be that necessary thing that should happen as it is? Because it looks like a dilemma. The countries are still at war. For instance, Russia and Ukraine are still at war. Israel, Gaza, the war is ongoing. And in other parts of the world, there are pockets of conflict. While they're ongoing, to say cut down your budget is like saying become defenseless. They cannot become defenseless because there is need to beef up defense. At the same time, they have development issues to attend. What necessary thing needs to happen if the common body that should broker peace seems to be appealing because not much can be done? What can be done? China on its own have been asked or been used to influence Russia to de-escalate. That has not worked. In Africa, the ECOWAS already have some form of disintegration. So what can happen? In the Israel-Gaza instance, the U.S. has been accused of playing an unfair game by siding with Israel. So who can play that role of peaceful resolution?
It may surprise you. It may surprise all of us. But before I go there, let me tell you something. There is currently a dilapidation on the capacity of many countries that we thought were very strong. If you look at Russia and Ukraine, some of you must have betted that it's not going to hit 6 months, you know. And when I was talking on air then, people said, what are you saying? What are you saying? That Russia can command alliances. Yes, but at a cost. At a cost. You know, so gradually, the cost of running the war or the wars that we face country to country begins to eat deep on things that were making us relevant to other countries. So was it steel? Was it petroleum products? Was it industries? You know, was it our position? Are we in between certain countries that were used as a transit point? Was it military alliances where, like America had a lot of their troops in so many countries? France had their troops in African countries. I think they are being ejected now. I don't know if they have been sent away from back to their countries. You know, so there are so many kinds of interest: economic, manufacturing, raw materials, affiliation, sharing, alliances. If they want to fight me, 2 of us will fight them, and all those kind of things. It is eating deep into those countries that we thought were the strong men. So there is a quiet and intentional penetration, underground, underlining penetration into the fabric of the countries that the whole world thought were very strong. And that intentional penetration is eating directly to look for the necessary pillar that holds those countries together, and they won't pull it down. So that country will be existing, but it has to be at the beck and call of another country or 2 other countries that you thought were not strong enough. So they will penetrate those people and make them dependent on them. You know, if you go to certain countries now, let me give you an example. Most of the people that handle IT, AI, technology, and cyberspace, cyber security, or whatever, they are Indians or Asians. They are not really indigenous of that place. If you go to some countries, if you look at manufacturing, most of the places you go, Nigeria, America, want to manufacture something. Even our Igbo brothers that are manufacturers, most of them, because of the environment, they take their things to China Asian countries to manufacture it there and bring it back to sell. So gradually certain countries that are focused on relevance, they are now positioning themselves to be a global mandate on certain things that becomes the survivability quotient for any country. So where do we find ourselves? We'll find ourselves very soon where we will see mighty countries, but certain countries can blow a whistle and they'll begin to wag their tail. So I'm not the one to mention those countries anyway. I know you know, because you guys are very intelligent.
All right, interesting. Now let's redirect this conversation to our immediate constituency, which is Nigeria now. I like the fact that, going by your antecedent, you served in the Nigerian military. I would like you to give us a picture of what is playing out in the Nigeria. I mean, when it comes to disposition to military spending. As allocated in the 2024 budget, 6.7 trillion naira for defense and security. Correct me if I'm wrong, I perceive that's the highest so far. Now, how will you describe military spending in Nigeria, and as also the welfare to military officers, then the issue of arms in Nigeria? What has been your experience as a player in this industry, or in this terrain? Even though you're retired, but your experience is still there. I would like you to share your experience with us when it comes to military spending in Nigeria and the welfare of soldiers.
I didn't know we'll get to this point. Okay. Unfortunately, we cannot run away from it because we see it every day. So many of us are related to military people, and so many of us survive from even military veterans. So many military veterans now have been able to put food on the table for people that their governors cannot take care of. Right now, we have, under August I, Christian Ventures, my concerns, we have over 1,000 people, human beings, with wife and children that look to the end of the month from our activities to have something to eat, and these platforms does not help us when we look at the inability to continue making that possible for them to have something to eat. Let's take it to military weapons. When I was in the military, I think it was around my time that we were asked to hand over the G3 rifle. There's a rifle called G3 rifle to the customs. That was the time that customs were having issues with smugglers. And we were asked to hand over the G3 rifle to the customs. And I think they brought Kalashnikov and AK-47 that time, and going by the current, let's use 30 years, let's roll it back 30 years. The budgeting for military, my brother, it has not been used to empower the military to crush non-state actors. It has not been used. What we use our budgeting for is to negotiate peace. There is a viral video. See, I don't like talking about things that it makes me cry, because I know my colleagues are there and they are dying every day. The ones that are not dying, their minds have been corrupted to the point where they begin to find themselves making criminal deals, and they are arrested and dismissed. So many military people are in detention right now, and they are facing court-martial for one infringement or the other. But the government is the one that is supposed to be facing court-martial. The Chief of Defense Staff, the Minister of Defense, they are the ones that are supposed to be facing court-martial. Let's look at the video that was going viral. I don't know if you have it. You can play it anytime if you have it. Where the Minister of Defense or whoever got into his vehicle on a roadblock. Soldiers were hailing him, Babao, Babao, brought bundles of money from his car, bundles of money, and gave it, say who is the team lead, and gave it to them to share. How did you have that kind of money in your car? How can you be driving with that kind of money in your vehicle? How can you, a high-profile government authority, stop by a soldier's checkpoint hungry guys that their ROCA, ration cash allowance, have not gotten to them. You cannot even deal with the officers that have withheld their cash allowance, because you need those officers to be in your alliance. So any criminal thing they are doing, you are protecting them already. So you gave those soldiers those bulk money for them to share at their beat once. You are giving them fish. You are not giving them a net to fish for themselves. Why did you not insist that the ration cash allowance gets to them and the ROCA is paid as at when due? Why can't you get there and give them your phone numbers and say, your ration cash allowance is how much? They will say, sir, it's 2,000 naira. It's supposed to be 5,000. Take this number. By next week, if people have not gotten 5,000 naira paid on so and so date every month, then you get back to me through this number. And that's all. You can even put 3 or 4 numbers of your selected personnel that you trust. But you go there, you are giving them bundles of money, abusing our financial system. The EFCC, can they arrest you for that? No. That's one. 2, the procurement system that we have, the abuse on the procurement system over the years. That procurement system is now where civilian members of our military hierarchy and the military members of our military hierarchy settle themselves. So since they can get billions of naira to share before they leave service, some of them go back into politics. You don't blame them. They must survive. And some of them become ambassadors because of what they know. They are given another role to be protected. And they do all of these things without ensuring that the veteran community have a stable and viable environment. You know, so there's no continuity in the veteran community unless you see them coming out to protest, and to protest. Now, all of this procurement system in the military, they have so abused it that it does not insist on military might. Military might is not only the gun, the armor tank, the jet fighter. No, military might is also the mindset of the fighting troop. The soldier, as he stands up to wear his uniform and carry his weapon, how does he think in his mind? How does he feel in his emotion? How does he shoulder his challenges, his wife, his children, and other extended family challenges? Does he have capacity? Is there an environment for his health concern if he has any health challenge? Meanwhile, you have also seen videos. No, you can Google all of these things where soldiers leave front line, go to their village to go and find treatment for bullet wounds. How? With all the billions that you have seen released? Let me tell you a shocking thing too. There are those we call medically onboarded. There are soldiers that their monies were cut down because they had injuries and they needed to be retired. It's not my fault. I'm not in my village, in my father's house. I'm fighting for my country. I got injured. My exit allowance will be slashed, and that is part of the protest that we had last time. Remenaf, the retired members of Nigerian Armed Forces, we could not do it alone. We have to call other people, and we now had the CCV, Coalition of Concerned Military Veterans. You know, now we have Welfare Committee, Remenaf Welfare Committee, with a 5-man committee still talking to the same Ministry of Defense people that do not have any level of empathy to understand that the might and the mindset of the veteran gives credibility to my loyalty and patriotism as a fighting soldier. So in Nigeria currently, the military that you have is the one that goes through the governors, through the MIs, the pastors, the local government chairmen to settle the bandits so that they won't kill people. So they are the ones that go to settle them. You have seen the videos, my brother. So they settle them, they make peace with them because they don't want them to come in to fight people. So you will see a negotiator like Gumi talking to bandits, and police officers will be standing behind him with guns, and the bandits will be standing behind their boss with guns. Now, a bandit kingpin is even asking people to send account number because of the way the country is that he wants to give them money. So we are already in a challenging situation where we have not been able to deploy our military contingency financial planning to attack the necessities to strengthen our military, protect our territorial integrity, and have a proper veteran community that will be enviable in the eyes of Nigerians to be able to rush in to join the services, and you will have the quality of personnel that will join the services. So right now, our military budget is comatose in the pockets of those that have held the country to ransom, and that is one of the exit points of our financial integrity of Nigeria.
All right. Finally, for me, there have been areas that have been declared, the Nigerian military have declared victory over. We find that they say the military has been able to deter bandits in particular area or overpower them. But we find that after a long while, the inhabitants of that region that fled are still unable to return there. As of 2023, there were over 3.3 million internally displaced persons in camps at different locations in Nigeria. Some of them are still there as we speak because they've been unable to return to their areas. Agreed, there are challenges with the military in terms of the effective deployment of funds budgeted for the military. But there's also the issue of infiltration. There have been said or stories of infiltration of the Nigerian army, leading to officers being ambushed in areas where they should be protecting. And that's also even deterred some from remaining in the force. What is the way forward here?
Okay, we are going to address two things now. The two things that we're going to address are this. Number one, we are going to address why there's infiltration in the military. Number two, we are going to address why people, IDPs and lifestyle cannot return back to areas that were routed by bandits, even after military claims that they have displaced those bandits or terrorists or non-state actors and have claimed back those places. But normal lifestyle has not resumed. Let's look at the first one. Why do we have moles in the military? Let me tell you something. In my time, I have a Muslim, a Christian, a Yoruba, a Hausa, an Igbo, all of us in one patrol vehicle. In one patrol vehicle. The Igbo guy will call him Yamiri and everybody will laugh. The Hausa guy will call him Boki and everybody will laugh. You know, we from Edo, my dad is from Edo State, and they will call us Anini brother, you know, and everybody will laugh. You know, we take it as a joke and we enjoy our community for protective measure. If I'm engaging, we call it arc of fire. If this is my arc of fire and I'm engaging the enemy and I'm shooting, any sound I hear behind me, I don't get bothered. Why? Because I know that Kule or Emeka or Ibrahim is behind me, and I'm 100% sure that nothing will touch me behind because I'm engaging my arc of fire and I'm sure that he's doing that. Even when your commander is a Muslim and a Hausa guy and the two IC is an Igbo guy, you will see cohesion, military professionalism. You will so love to join the service. You will so love to fight and die with that team. And that is what gives us victory, even in international jobs. But tell me, where can you survive when the people that are supposed to approve, allocate, and supervise your welfare and every other thing that comes to you start to use ethnicity, religion, and political influence to separate you? The same leaders in Nigeria that want us to have a strong military, they are the same leaders that are using ethnicity and religion to weaken the military. Why? They are afraid of coup d'etat. So because they are afraid of coup d'etat, they strategically try to limit the cohesiveness and the strength of the military so that the military cannot take over power because they are not ready to deliver governance. So we have that challenge going on. So when they want to recruit in the military, somebody makes a phone call and you see a list of 20, 30, 40 people coming from one place, claiming that they are from this. They will come with local government identification, everything false, and they get into the military and they are deployed to choice locations. And most of them are even promoted beyond and above those that have experience, capability, and necessary skills deployment. Now, you will see that disloyalty will begin to creep in. Another dangerous thing that our government used to do is to promote somebody to the chief of army staff and retire compulsorily all his seniors in the Nigerian Defense Academy. Immediately you do that, all the soldiers attached to those seniors that you are retiring compulsorily, they become disloyal in their spirit to the leadership of that young man that you have made the chief of defense staff or the chief of army staff. Because the Oga I want to die for, he didn't commit any offense. He didn't steal government money. He doesn't have more than one car. He doesn't even have a house in his village. And that same Oga, you now retire him because you promoted your own guy. So the political class, they are really coming into the military and really displaying a lot of mismanagement. So let's look at the other side. We talked about why people can't return. For your information, immediately there is a crisis in a location.
I'll do that quickly because we need to wrap up now. Just a few seconds. Just take your second.
I will wrap up that. I appreciate you. Once there is a crisis in any state or region, the DSS supposed to penetrate that place. The police have their own intelligence unit. They're supposed to penetrate that place. They are the ones that are supposed to look at the number of enemies, non-state actors, where they are hibernating, what kind of weapons they have and everything, and feed back to the military. The Air Force can immediately initiate air attack. If it's waterline area, the Navy or the military comes and put boots on ground. Now, if they don't do that, the military comes in haphazardly. You hear of collateral damage of people and everything. They destroy that place, they take over the land, and the military has to withdraw. When the military is withdrawing, the other state actors like the police, the DSS, they are supposed to take over that place, create a civil relationship with the people, and ensure that life comes back to normal. But that is not also done in Nigeria because we fold our hands to grab the money that we used to sponsor the IDP camps. Thank you very much.
All right. We must commend you for your time and commitment. No doubt it's a developing issue. We'll have another time, to have your intervention on this issue. But we must thank you for your thoughts and for your submission on this topic, and even taking time. We had to practically wake you up to be part of this conversation. Thank you so much for this commitment and your dedication.
Thank you.
We've been speaking with the CEO, Augustus I Limited, a military veteran, and he's been talking about the impact of the global conflicts on achieving sustainable development goals. It's the early exchange where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll continue our conversation on the SDG goals, looking at the sustainability and the tendency of achieving this goal by the year 2030. Stay with us.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're the right place at the right time. Earlier, we had a conversation with Ambassador Roy looking at the United Nations call for global leaders to redirect financial resources towards peace and sustainable goals rather than pursuing warfare. And now, still on the sustainable development goals, we want to look at another, directive from the United Nations asking global leaders to ensure that they take bold steps, bold policies towards achieving the sustainable development goals. You're aware that the deadline is 2030, and we're 6 years away from this deadline. The question is, are nations taking bold steps towards achieving these goals as set by the SDG? Let's find out from our guest who joins us virtually. We're being joined by Adebayo Oluwake, who is also a global affairs analyst. Adebayo, glad to have you join us on Early Exchange this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Great, good to see you. And I must confess, you're looking good. Glad to have you join us.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the conversation for this moment. We're looking at another segment or another call from the United Nations talking about the need for nations to take bold steps, bold policies towards achieving the deadline, the targets, the details, and the template set for sustainable development goals. What would be your assessment towards when it comes to dedication among nations as regards achieving these goals? Let me have your assessment first. Then we'll now go to what is required as regards taking bold policies.
Well, when we were, we started off with the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, and when the targets set within the scope of the Millennium Development Goals were considered to have been reasonably attained, there was a transition to what we now have, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. So the whole philosophy being that it wouldn't just be sufficient to achieve those milestones. It was imperative to sustain them, and that carries with it a bigger charge to states to ensure that whatever was achieved within the scope of the MDGs were sustained through time. Now, how far have we gone with achieving the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals? Essentially, these targets are targets that are set on a broad scale. The parameters are determined on a global scale. For instance, economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection, gender equality, and so on and so forth. So this is set on a broad scale. But then it devolves on states to now seek to achieve those goals at their own national levels and at subnational levels. And so each country is responsible for instituting mechanisms for helping to attain those sustainable development goals. In that regard, it will be difficult to be able to provide a holistic assessment of the success rate in achieving those goals because they are done state by state. Each country would have to determine and to look at how far it has gone. But there are some countries that have or that can have a very significant bearing on whether those goals are achieved on a cumulative basis. For instance, countries with a very huge population, who therefore carry the bulk of, say, for example, the challenges that have been identified. If you take, for instance, access to education, and you take a country like Nigeria in Africa, you would find that with a population of roughly 230 million, 1 out of every 4 Africans is. So if Nigeria has out of school children, and I think they bandy all kinds of figures around with regard to that, so I'm always very careful when citing figures. But if Nigeria has the highest share of out of school children, then there's a very big challenge that if Nigeria does not put a significant part of those children, a significant population of those children back to school, Africa will lag behind in the assessment of how far it has been able to attain the goals of the SDGs with regard to education. So having given that example, you have countries that have the biggest population like China, like India, like China, like Indonesia, like Brazil, like Nigeria, like Pakistan. If these countries do not have successes with regard to those specific goals, eradicating poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, clean water, gender equality, providing sustainable energy, and so on, then of course the whole world will be lagging behind. So to cut it short, for us to determine the success, we have to evaluate these countries with huge populations, where the bulk of those SDG challenges are.
All right, now for this SDGs, there's 17 of them, and it seemed quite a lot for every country to pay attention to all of them. Could that be part of the reason why it seems a struggle trying to achieve the SDGs?
I wouldn't say it's a struggle to attain the SDGs. If you look at the example I just gave, you have to, for example, if you take India, the bulk of the challenges are found in India. India is 1.3 billion, okay? So if you are able to reduce those challenges in India, you will reduce cumulatively, I'm not very sure now, but about 20% of in certain
With we hope to reconnect back with our guest in a bit. There's a network challenge there, but he was looking at the population of India, having that huge population. If the country is able to handle and achieve the SDGs in that country, that would have meant attending to a fraction of the population of the world. But the thinking here is this: 17 goals to achieve by 2030, considering the challenges that different countries have and where they are on each goal. For instance, ending hunger. Developed countries may not actually be struggling with that, so that's a given. It doesn't need to take them 2030 to end hunger. You talk about gender equality. Different countries are at varying stages when it comes to gender equality for many reasons. It could be religious, it could be the gap in education. If the UN, for instance, has perhaps streamlined the 17 and maybe made them into maybe 10 or 7, would it have been quite easier for these countries, particularly African countries or less developed countries, to achieve these goals? That's part of what we'll be looking at on the show. But we'll connect with a guest in a bit. In the meantime, I've got Femi, my co-anchor, here in the studio. Is that thinking right to assume that maybe because there are quite many countries are trying to end hunger, they're trying to attend to security, attend to climate change, attend to a lot of things, educational issues?
I think the issue is not just the numbers. Having 17 goals, it's not something that is far-fetched or it's not a big deal. But the question is, when you break down those goals, what are the commitment or the planning that are going into this? You're aware that more problems or more of these issues arise from developing nations or underdeveloped nations, where you have basic issues that has to do with hunger, the issue of the necessities of life. You agree with me that he was talking about what is playing out in India, where the issue of population is also hampering the resources, the financial resources, the facilities that should go into achieving this sustainable development goals. So you observe that the challenges vary from one nation to the other, from one continent to the other. But if you look at our own climate, where the issue of hunger is also pervasive, you have the resolve to tackling hunger, which is also a battle in Africa, because that is basic, it's rudimentary, unlike the other climate where those things are taken care of. And so part of these things is also posing challenge to achieving this sustainable development goals. Someone who is hungry, which is the basic, you can't be talking about achieving secondary needs because the basic cannot be met, not to even talk of tertiary needs.
There you get the point.
Yeah.
Some needs there or some goals there are basic or can be considered to be primary, because it is still funds that will be committed to every part of it. If we're talking about hunger, then you commit funds to it. You're talking about social inclusion, funds committed to it. You're talking about education, it's the funds committed to it. You're talking about climate change, for instance, it's funds. So if we kind of like separate it for regions, maybe, and say for this particular region, based on their peculiar needs, this should be the goal. Don't you think it will kind of bring the resources that could have been spread around or scattered around into a common pool or into some precise goal, and then they're trying to fight, they give themselves for 5 or maybe even 6, 7 years, and say for now they're fighting hunger, they're fighting unemployment, they're fighting poor education and some other things that are critical to them. Then make it a one-size-fits-all thing and say all nations of the world should attend to all 17 of these goals. I'm just thinking.
Interestingly, our guest is back, so let's seek his opinion in that regard. I like the fact that you're talking about, resources that are available in pursuing this SDG goals. But let's redirect that to our guest and seek his opinion. Glad to know you're still there with us, Mr. Adebayo.
Thank you, and we hope the
I hope you're there. I hope you can hear me.
Networks will cooperate.
All right. So you were talking about
yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
India is facing as regards to achieving the sustainable development goals, talking about the population, which has also ample resources that should have been devoted to sustaining these initiatives. I would like you to continue your thought in that regard.
Absolutely. The countries I use India as an example, and Nigeria as well, to indicate that countries with huge populations often carry the bulk of the challenges identified in the SDGs. So to the extent that those countries are able to deal with attain those milestones, it helps globally to drive the world towards the overall achievement of those identified goals. Now, India has made successes, just like some other countries. You can imagine if we didn't have the SDGs, if we didn't have a common core to work together towards eliminating some of those challenges, maybe we wouldn't have achieved the success we may have achieved as at now, no matter how small those successes can be. But I like the argument, the points made by your colleague when she talked about funding. Funding is critical to the attainment of some of these goals, but not to the attainment of all of the goals. Some of these goals, all that is required is just a change of mindset. For example, if you're talking of a cleaner environment, you don't necessarily need money to achieve a cleaner environment. You might need funds in terms of redirecting your sources of energy, for example, from fossil fuels to cleaner energy like air, like using the sun, like using hydro and so on, But essentially, it's essentially changing the mindset. what is the sanitation conditions like in most of these countries? How are people aware of their responsibilities to keeping the environment clean? Some of those things don't require money. It's just for people to understand that it's wrong to have certain habits which harm the environment. And for those things which require funding, what are the best practices to ensuring that funds that are allocated are judiciously utilized, which means you have to talk about reducing corruption significantly in order that the bulk of the funds that you have allocated to the attainment of certain targets are judiciously used. So national life, which takes a lot of the liquidity of each country. Take, for example, military spending. Until recently, a lot of countries had reduced their military spending. But the security situation in the international system and then in certain regional areas as well have necessitated countries having to increase their defense expenditure. And when you increase your defense expenditure, you naturally are taking that money from other sectors. You take a bit from education, from health, from everywhere else to put into defense or security so that you can deal with the challenges that you have there. So are there things that can be done to make the world a more peaceful place? Are there better ways of resolving conflicts that would not require a recourse to the battlefield? So these are also elements that states have to look at. But sometimes, especially in terms of defense and security, you may need states to pool resources together, in order to address those issues. They may not be issues that can only be addressed unilaterally, but they may have to be addressed bilaterally or multilaterally. So there are so many things, which can be done to enhance the attainment of those goals. And if I might add as well on the totality of the number of the goals, I don't think that 17 goals are too many. Because you see, ordinarily, when each country does its budget for the year, and if you look through those budgets, you would find that they are a reflection of most of those 17 SDG goals, even if we were not talking of the SDGs, because every country wants to make sure that children can go to school, educate the population, there's a cleaner environment, that all segments of the population have access to resources, access to education, based on what their constitution provides for equality, of everyone to resources, equality of everyone before the law, and so on and so forth. So you would always find more than those 17 goals in the budgetary provision or the philosophy behind the budgets of every state. So I don't think those 17 goals are too many. I think the strength of coming together to have these SDGs is just to put a challenge on states that we want to generally focus on these issues from a global perspective and try to motivate and generate a momentum that will help each state to take its responsibilities seriously towards achieving those goals.
Let's look at specifically now the call from United Nations for global leaders to take bold policies, bold steps. Now let's look at the goals one after the other, which is the first one to tackle the issue of hunger and achieve zero hunger by the year 2030. If you are to advise, what are the bold policies you think global leaders should take towards achieving zero hunger? Are we going to have a time where we will have zero hunger, given the deadline 2030? There's another part to this, which is the financing. An agency did an estimation that it will take about $325 billion to tackle the issue of poverty between now and the year 2030. The question is, where will this money come from? So my question is, when it comes to the issue of decision and the issue of resources, what are the bold policies you expect from global leaders when it comes to the issue of hunger or poverty?
Thank you very much. For hunger, I think perhaps to simplify it, I would identify two approaches. One approach is national, which means a state must take all necessary measures including training the right kind of manpower, agricultural experts, understanding its agricultural environment and landscape, facilitating provision of fertilizer, all tools that are required, all resources that are required to enhance food production, okay? And then also built into that is security. If you take the case of Nigeria, if we do not deal with banditry, effectively deal with banditry or insurgency where it still exists, we are basically wasting our time, because we know that unfortunately the food basket of Nigeria is the most affected by banditry. So it's a no-brainer that if you don't deal with that problem, you cannot address, and we are already feeling the consequences in Nigeria, because not only are we already caught up in that problem, but we are also caught up in the problem of the weakening of the national currency, which reduces the purchasing power of the citizens. So there's what each state, I've just used Nigeria as an example, what each state needs to do with regard to that. Now, with regard to also attaining zero hunger, there's something which the international system must do as well. This recourse to a battlefield solution for every disagreement must be significantly reduced. You see, the international system has moved away from multilateralism, negotiation, arbitration, congresses and summits and conferences designed to articulating challenges and resolving them, right? Rather, in the last 5 years or 6 years, we have seen an accelerated descent into a situation in which, at the drop of a hat, countries are already exchanging fire over minor issues, which diplomacy should be resolving. And why do I say this? If we don't go back to multilateralism and relying on institutions that have been set up for that purpose, like the United Nations, the African Union, the Arab League, the Organization of American States, and so on, to deal with disagreements between and within states, we will continue to go to war for very minor reasons. And when you go to war, you disrupt the international supply system. That international supply, you may disrupt the international supply system. And that international supply system includes not only energy supplies, crude oil deliveries around the world, but also food deliveries. And here the most potent example will be the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And you could see how that disrupted global supply of wheat, because between Russia and Ukraine, they probably provide 50 to 60% of global consumption of wheat. So once they cannot resolve their differences, diplomatically, and each country has a right to determine what its national interests are, what its security interests are, but where those interests collide, then they should be resolved diplomatically. And their allies, the allies who support these countries, whichever those countries may be, should not always encourage them to fight. They should encourage them to resolve these issues diplomatically, because the more conflicts you have, the more likelihood it is that you will disrupt the international food supply chain, which will now exacerbate the problem of hunger.
All right, since we're looking at innovative ways for achieving the SDGs, I'm going to lump these 3 SDGs in one and ask you for what innovative approach can be used to achieve them. One of them talks about health and well-being, and the other is clean water and sanitation. And then the third one talks about responsible production and consumption, which we can link to circular economy, which the world right now is advocating. In what innovative way can less developed countries try to achieve these goals?
Wow, that's a double barrel question. Let me try. I think, first of all, we need to pay attention to the young population, because the young population are very good at innovation, or could be very good at innovation. The older population is used to doing things in a certain way. and it will be difficult for the older population to change. You know, some are open and receptive to new ideas and new ways of doing things. But we know from history and from reality that in many countries, the younger population is often a lot more open to looking at problems from a different perspective and coming out with innovative approaches for resolving those problems. So we need to give opportunity to the younger population. A country like Nigeria, where you have roughly about 150 million Nigerians who are below the age of 30, the political elite needs to understand that you cannot wish away not giving the younger Nigerian population access to a lot of things, including seeing how innovative they can be. And for them to be innovative, they have to have education. They have to have exposure, which will tickle their imagination. So that's one. And this recipe is for every country. So yes, helping, empowering the younger population to be innovative. And they will come up with solutions. The second thing that I will propose is for what we call clean energy or clean water, we need to, I believe that right from our traditional practices have always been pro-environment. You go to any culture, whether in Europe, whether in Asia, whether in Africa, especially in pre-colonial times, Asia in pre-colonial times, our pre-colonial socio-economic reality was essentially pro-environment. We did not eat or engage in destroying the environment. Everything was natural and organic, right? So there's nothing too big or too difficult for us to do in trying to go back to some of those ways. Maybe not all of them, but to most of them. The second thing is some of the commitments we have made within the scope of the SDGs, you know, may not be in our interest at the moment. And I'll quickly clarify what I mean by that. If you take a country like Nigeria that has abundant fossil energy, right? We have crude oil, we have gas. In fact, we have 2.5 times gas reserves than we have crude oil reserves. For a country like Nigeria, it might be more economically sustainable for us to build thermal power stations, for example, because we have an energy problem. So it might be a lot more easier for us to build thermal power stations because we have abundant gas, which is just there. And we need the gas to generate electricity, you know. But perhaps with a younger population that is more innovative, we can look at how our own thermal stations can be more environmentally friendly, rather than just totally abandoning thermal energy, which I think is some of the commitments that some developing countries have made within the scope of the SDGs, which is making it difficult to achieve that. Because even the big boys, pardon my using that expression, many of the big boys are not even performing in terms of the commitments they have made. The Paris climate obligations that were entered into, you take a country like China, you take a country like India, you take a country like the United States, they pollute the environment more than the rest of us by a stupendously wide margin. So asking us now to give up thermal energy or fossil fuels because we have commitments under the SDGs, I think is something which the political elite needs to revisit, okay, simultaneously as well as they look at how our own engineers, our own young innovative population can devise thermal power generating systems that are eco-friendly. Now, in terms of health, and here, okay, I was working in several countries. I had the opportunity of comparing the health systems. I would say that Nigeria used to do so well, you know, in terms of its healthcare sector. There was a time when Nigerian doctors were the ones who actually engineered the health system of countries like Saudi Arabia. They had to depend on Nigerian doctors, you know, but we suddenly have declined from that point to where we are now. the strength of our health system was the primary health care. And strangely, under the military governments, we had remarkable primary health care systems. Professor Olukoye Ransom Kuti is one of the globally recognized icons in the delivery of efficient primary healthcare systems. And when your primary healthcare system is solid, you are most likely going to have less problems, down the chain of the healthcare system. So we have to go back to looking at why our primary healthcare system was good. And we don't need to look at any foreign country. We already achieved it in Nigeria. So we need to look at that. Other countries in the developing world who may have had the same successes need to go back and revisit those things they were doing that were good, and just simply reintroduce them. And in those areas where they were not performing, they now need to investigate what they need to do better. And in this case, they can look at other countries that are doing far better than them and borrow a leaf from those countries. I think these are just some of the ideas, that we can interrogate in an attempt, towards helping us achieve the sustainable development goals in those three areas you mentioned.
All right, that's quite interesting. Now, let's talk about the issue of funding gap. We've talked about the issue of commitment, the issue of both policies, but let's talk about some of the issues we started with, and perhaps we're going to wrap up with that, which is the funding gap that exists when it comes to SDGs. Now, according to a report, conducted in this regard, the funding gap has been estimated to cost between 2.5 trillion and 4 trillion US dollars. Now, my question is, to address this funding gap that exists as regards achieving these sustainable development goals, what are the decisions you would expect from global leaders, most importantly for developing countries who are battling with the issue of financing more than any other continent? Your take quickly.
As a person, I'm always very reluctant to just take figures that are bandied about. I myself have been in situations where I've been part of teams that develop some of these things. So I'm always very reluctant to just accept figures. And I'm not discrediting the figures. I'm just saying that sometimes those figures, and depending on who is developing those parameters and those budgets, we may need to revisit those figures. But I think one easy way to get away from the problem is, now, when these figures have been 2.5 trillion, what would each country require? An honest assessment by each country. What will they require for them to be able to achieve those goals? I think that way we can run away from the figures. But the figures give us a perspective and they help us to plan. I think first of all, we have to eliminate waste and gaps. Usually, when budgets are made across many countries, there are often too many gaps and wastages. I think if states consciously work towards eliminating gaps, I think then we can come up with realistic figures, that can easily be, not easily, but at least that can be generated. The second thing is, how best can we make use of our own expertise? Because when you use foreign expertise, it costs you a lot more money. For the attainment of some of these goals, maybe consultants are needed to do assessments, to do investigation, to provide certain recommendations. Do we have Nigerians? Do we have Ghanaians? Do we have Indians who are experts in those fields and who will be interested in delivering their expertise, towards those services and therefore help the state to reduce costs? So I think because of time, if we look at these two critical aspects, reducing wastages and gaps, relying more on domestic or indigenous expertise, I think we can cut down on some of those costs, which are a guide, towards helping us achieve the SDGs.
Quickly, I'm just going to ask, we're just 6 years away from the time set for the achievement of this SDGs. What would be your word of advice to countries, particularly developing countries and even developed ones, in assisting to ensure that 2030 becomes a reality?
I will have one advice. I think we should review the timeline. To be very honest, I think we should review the timeline. 6 years they are pretty short. And in the last 5, we have had major disruptions, especially in the international security environment, which has impacted us at sub-regional or continental levels, whether in Asia, whether in Africa, now even in Europe. So I think a realistic advice would be, guys, can we sit down and review this timeline? Can we move it to 10 years instead of 6 years? Because frankly, I don't think 6 years, those 6 years are realistic enough.
Adibayo Oluwake, who is a global affairs analyst, for being a part of an exchange today. Your submissions have been quite valuable. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
We close the show here today. Thank you for watching. We ask that you be a part of it again tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. The conversation continues with you. Please leave a comment when you visit our YouTube channel at SOUQ News TV or any of our pages on different platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and X at SOUQ News TV. I am Blessing AJ. And do not forget that Market Insight comes up at 11 here on SOUQ News TV. Enjoy your day.
Yes, indeed, we're wrapping up the conversation, but it continues on all our social media platforms. Just search for SOUQ News TV. There you find us. Don't forget, at the exchange, we always return bigger and better. I will always count on your support for that to be and for us to achieve the sustainable development goals as we shape policy every day. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The Nigerian Civil Service, which is the hub of internal administration in government, is faced with an existential crisis in many fronts. Essentially, there's a problem of trust and confidence, as well as bureaucratic bottlenecks that lead to inefficiency, ineptitude, and redundancy. Many Nigerians now perceive the Nigerian Civil Service as a relic of the growing, outdated Weberian bureaucratic model of public administration. The Federal Civil Service Commission, FCSC, has been alleged to have compromised the philosophical construct of the first principle of its founding in 1855 in the way it goes about its work. It is sometimes inaccessible and insensitive to the needs of the people or the public. It has been alleged that it has compromised merit, not just on the altar of federal character, but in federal character diversity management practice. It is surprising that it has surrendered its constitutional independence helplessly to the whims and caprices of its political lords and masters, likely because as professionals it has lost the capacity to speak truth to power, as it was in Nigeria in the 1960s through to the mid-70s. It is saddening that it has emasculated merit and replaced it with political patronage and unreflective nepotism. The dynamic that this created has certainly destroyed the gatekeeping essence of the Commission's constitutional mandate as the protector and defender of the merit system, and therefore as an institutional bulwark and guarantor of professionalism in policy and development management in Nigeria. It has also almost destroyed competency-based human resource management as an enabler of policy intelligence of a capable developmental state. Even the British, who transplanted the Service Commission concept along with many other countries in the Commonwealth of Nations, have brought creativity and innovations to bear in their public service people management practices, in how they have gone in rethinking their service commissions. The global community of practice and service have created such a large portfolio of smart, good and best practices that we in Nigeria as latecomers have no excuse to be so far left behind in being so uninnovative. In consonance with the renewed hope agenda of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a radical reform of the Nigeria civil service is desired by practitioners, professionals and members of the public. The recent Oransaye report suggesting the merger and reorganization of the ministries, departments and parastatals of government should be implemented to the letter so that there will be square pegs in square holes. The congestion in most government institutions where idleness and redundancy prevail should stop, as this leads to inefficiency, ineffectiveness and ultimately corruption. New SOUQ today calls on the federal government to immediately set in motion the critical machinery to overhaul and revamp the country's civil service. I am Bayo Olaoye.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015. which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an exports-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Obu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of SOUQ Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956 in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. And got somewhere, not there, right? So in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university councillors, SOUQ classes, and direct reporting. Since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and contribute computer science. I said, now I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hit into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives you opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. That tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title, and having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, you know, is proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the app.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello there and welcome once again to Market Insights this beautiful Tuesday morning, the 3rd of September 2024, and you're watching SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. This morning on the program, we are taking a look at Nigeria's cocoa boom, or if you like, cocoa success stories, and exploring the opportunities in the global market. Now, recent data from the Nigerian Bureau, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, puts Nigeria's cocoa export rising by 304% in the first quarter of this year due to higher demand and naira depreciation. This, of course, has excited many stakeholders, especially the farmers and producers of this particular commodity in specific regions of the country. And then, of course, the surge has seen a lot of them returning to their farms, the old plantations, as it were, to revive what hitherto was a cash cow for them. But then again, the question in the minds of most stakeholders at this point in time is whether or not we can sustain this surge. And is it really, at this point in time, the key to unlocking Nigeria's agricultural potential therein? Then again, can we go on to unlock, or if you like, promote our status on the global stage from being fourth to first? These are the questions, and then, of course, more we're going to discuss on the program this morning on Market Insights as we explore this particular news coming out of the agri sector. We're being joined this morning by Mr. Obi Michael Tanu. He is the founder and CEO Tanu Agro, and also the former special assistant to the governor of Cross River State on Food Bank. Good morning, Mr. Michael Tanu. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. Thanks for having me here.
Good morning.
Your program
Good
again.
morning. It's lovely to have you join us this Tuesday morning on the program. Now, let's start with getting your thoughts on this particular news. Just give us a sense of what this means, simplistically, when it comes to the economics of it all, as far as Nigeria is concerned in the short term.
Okay, thank you so much. I think if you're right now in the area where this cocoa is being produced now, you don't need anybody to tell you that definitely it's actually adding a lot to the economic of Nigerian. Because if you look at it from the overall angle, you see the rise of cocoa price in the market is quite in a very high rate. Now, if you check from 2001, probably, then you now check from 2002 to 2003, you see that the difference is much. Cocoa rising from, let's assume, 50 something to 304% is actually in a higher rate. So it has a lot of value that is adding to Nigerian economy in terms of exportation. Now, if you see the revenue that is coming in from this particular part of the sectors of agriculture is in a high rate. Now, agriculture has its own. Then cocoa as an export product had about 41 point something percent adding to the economic of Nigeria. So it's more like taking, if you look at it very well, you see that it's taking almost half of the agricultural export product from GDP. So you see that cocoa, it's actually a good thing that peradventure, if the Nigerian government or Nigerian managerial government, they have can invest in, you will see that it's actually going to be a very long way to add more to the revenue of Nigeria. So it's a sector that a lot of people have to look into. And if you look at it critically, there are a lot of people that actually don't know what this cocoa is all about. They actually know that they are indirectly consuming this product, but they actually don't know what it's meant for or what is the byproduct of whatever they are consuming. So if you look at it, we have so many people they don't know about it. So it is high time we actually start looking into it. Paraventure, even private corporate, they can actually see like a way which they can invest into the cocoa. Thank you.
Right. Now, the prices of this commodity surged to about over 500% in the first quarter of this year alone, and sold for above 12 million naira per metric ton for the first time in the country. I mean, the other, giant producers, talking about Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, they didn't quite have, the sort of success that they were expecting as far as the spirit is concerned. Now, this particular price rally has caused a lot of Nigerian farmers, as I mentioned earlier, to, go back to their old plantations, so to revive their old cocoa plantations, and of course, plant more high-yielding seedlings to replace the old ones, and also expand their growing area. This is a good thing. However, the question on my mind right now is, how exactly can we sustain this? Are we going to see it go on for a while yet? In most cases with things like these, or with success stories like these, sustainability is mostly the issue. What are your thoughts?
Brown into the cocoa aspect of it. Cocoa as a plan is probably a very long time investment. It's not something that maybe you have it and the next day it's gone up. It all depends on the demand. Once the demand is high, then cocoa keep rising. In fact, let me give you a shock. What is experiencing now? We have not. It's not even the cocoa boom. It has to do with the high demand. When we are talking about cocoa boom, it is when the product, because it has also depend on weather. When the product of cocoa comes out very well, that's when you start. We have cocoa boom. But now we are not even experiencing cocoa boom, but we are experiencing what we call the demand. So now we actually don't have fair now, because one, Nigerian have cocoa, but the demand for it, we see a lot of countries actually coming into request for this. But the major country which has we are exporting most of this our products. We have the Netherlands, we have Indonesia, we have USA, we have a lot of other countries coming to buy cocoa, unlike before, because the US normally don't buy cocoa from Nigeria. Now they are buying cocoa from Nigeria because they have tested it and know that Nigerian cocoa have weight. Now, don't have fear, because now the farmer here are really going into much of it, because cocoa is not an easy plant. It's not like maybe the green that you go, you plant, and the next day you have to start replanting. If you plant cocoa and you have the plantation, it's just there forever. You can leave it and your children can actually inherit it and continue. Maybe they just have to run maintenance on it. So it's actually not something that we have to being afraid of, or thinking maybe it's coming for a while. It has actually been there for a while, but because of the rise in dollars and the high demand from it, that's why it's making it look as if the whole world is actually looking into it and making it look like. So we here, if you are actually here, you will see that it's more like you are experiencing the price, but it's more like a war here, because people are planting, people are investing more into it. And if you look at it, but the only people that are not coming into it are the government. More because you see the private sectors are investing a lot. So it's a thing that if you invest, more like you're planning for an investment, build a house, a hotel, or whatever. So that's how most people here see it as an avenue which they can invest their money and put it. So it's a long thing, and it's a long thing that we have to look into it. Hello.
You keep going.
Okay,
are you done with your thoughts?
So, yeah, don't worry. Let's proceed.
Or,
so it's a long thing. It's okay.
Please go on, Mr. Tano. Please go on.
Okay, if you look at cocoa, it's something that has a long time, like I've been saying it. So it's not something that we should be afraid. The only thing we need the government to come into is to see how to regulate the chemical, because the government they don't have much to do into this cocoa aspect. If you look at the mechanized aspect of the cocoa, is actually is in the main aspect of it. It's not much.
Mr. Tano, are you still there? All right? We're going to get Mr. Tanu back on line with us to, keep his thoughts going. But of course, in case you're just tuning in case you're just joining us, we're talking about Nigeria's recent cocoa boost or cocoa surge. There's a lot that's been happening in that particular commodity market, as being reported by the National, Bureau of Statistics, reporting the surge to be over the price surge, that is, to be over 500%. That's particularly or specifically 567% in the first quarter of this year. And for the very first time ever, we were able to rack up sales to the tune of 12 million naira per metric tons. In fact, this happened as Ghana and Ivory Coast experienced the worst deficit supply in decades. So it's not looking good for them particularly, but it's looking pretty decent for us. And I reckon we are the third largest exporters on the continent. And of course, globally, we sit pretty at fourth as the producers, of course, with Indonesia being introduced there in the mix. Now, you put all of these together, and a lot of questions come to mind as to whether or not, just like I asked Mr. Tanu a second ago, so whether or not we can keep this going for a while longer. But he's given his thoughts as to, just a little bit of it anyway, as to how this particular commodity and where it comes out from, talking about the plantations, more or less entities that can be there for a very long time, and as such there isn't any need or any cause for alarm. We'll talk more about these and then some on Market Insight, as we have Mr. Tanu joining us very shortly. But we'll take a short break and then the conversation continues. This is Market Insight. Join us shortly.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved, as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm, due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, Herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year on year and quarter on quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rate at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age-grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba Festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28th to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes outing at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the Bagbimo of Ijebu-Ode and secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans
Welcome back to Market Insight this beautiful Tuesday morning. We're still talking about Nigeria's cocoa boom and asking the question as to whether or not it is our key at this point in time to substantial economic turnaround. Earlier, we were talking to Mr. Tanu, who is the founder and CEO, Tanu Agro, and also the former special assistant to the governor of Cross River State on Food Bank, on his thoughts with regards to what we're seeing now in that particular commodity market and how sustainable, we would see this being long-term and short-term, as he were. Mr. Tanu, can you hear me now? We're going to come back to you very shortly, but joining us in the studio right here on set is Dr. Idahosa Samaze. He is a leadership development expert and a social commentator. Doctor, thank you for joining us.
David, my pleasure to be with you here this afternoon.
All right. Before we come to you, Doctor, I'm just going to get some more of Mr. Tanner's thoughts on this particular subject matter because he was giving us some insight into, its sustainability with regards to what we're seeing. But let's stretch it a bit further now, Mr. Tanu. Now, let's talk tangentially about what is being done by the government and what some stakeholders are saying. Now, the government has made some efforts to promote cocoa production in other regions, but overall, the industry remains dominated by a few large-scale farmers and processors. In fact, some stakeholders say that the existing lack of decentralization is the reason why we're still more or less over-dependent, or if you like, reliant on export, because it does limit the, benefit, the economic benefits, if you like, to a specific set of individuals. What do you make of this?
Okay, thank you so much. Um, I can actually speak from our own end here because if you look at it from Cross River State where I'm from, you see our government have just little or not much. Just have said about 20% of the plantation which they have planted years back. And if you look at it critically, it's actually not that substantial because is to an extent it brings more of crisis, communal crisis, because you see that government are controlling it, then they have to like regulate it to some farmer, they have to now start politicizing it. So it's actually not substantial because they don't have key direction where controls and measures are being put in place so that they can be able to get a lot of production from it, because the farm are not being run, but they only have it, and to an extent the farms now are not being maintained very well because they don't even know the inside to it. You can see that somebody who is not from the region of the cocoa side, even as a crossover as a whole, we only have like 3 local governments which this cocoa is being produced in a large scale. So if you look at it from those 3 local government, you see that it's only 1 local government that government have the plantation in it, and it's actually not evenly distributed. You see that someone does not have the knowledge on how cocoa is being run, on how to manage it, on after to see that okay, this cocoa has been old and they have to start replacing it. They will not have to like give it out to them based on there's a way they make the arrangement. So you see that government have a little. So to me, if this thing has to be placed to the hands of the government, it's actually going to bring a lot of crisis. You see, these are crises that are not me. For my own aspect of it, or how I understand it, some resources are meant to be handled by the localities or the people who have the resource because they know how to manage. But by the time you bring most of what the government, they start bringing sentimental, politicizing it, make it look somehow. So now centralizing it, or where the aspect I see that government can come in is the aspect of where they can just see how they can bring down the prices of chemical so that it go down. Now, if you see now where we're having this boom, you see that the from Ivory Coast, from Ghana, you see that their cocoa mortuary is being controlled by the government and they are maintaining it very well, I believe. And you see that why the prices are good. Most of their old crops or most of their old cocoa has been cut down to replace the new one. So yeah, that's why you're seeing that the boom or everybody's attention is now being dragged out to Nigeria. So now in Nigeria, now you see that most of the cocoa farms are being owned by private owners or private farmers who own the plantation. Plantation of cocoa, it has to do with the forest zone, and you know that land is something that if you have maybe that is a piece of land you can cultivate in it, you don't have any other place you're going to plant again. So it's something that if we are to look into it, most states that know that they are from the forested part of it has to see a way which they can actually go into the production of cocoa farm. Thank you.
Right. Now let's come to Dr. Dahusa. This came as some sort of good news for the agri sector and the stakeholders playing in that particular sector with regards specifically to the commodity we know as cocoa. And we sit as 3rd on the continent and 4th globally, as he were. This has thrown open an avenue. As a matter of fact, there is huge potential in the sector, but for some reason we seem to be under harnessing what we have at this point in time. Just as I asked Mr. Tano a second ago, as to, what we have currently with the frameworks or systems in place, talking about the lack of centralization of it all or the decentralization of it all. It seems to have affected our ability to produce more. I reckon that, I've heard from some experts who say that if all things are equal and we do what we're supposed to do, we should be able to go from 280 tons, or metric tons rather, to about 500, 600 metric tons as far as production is concerned. So putting all of it into perspective, how do you see this playing out for us, Doctor, economically?
Well, I think if you look at the way we have really dealt with the agri sector in Nigeria, there's no any sustainable strategy that is in place that drives the process. And that's because we don't have people who sit down to actually do some root cause analysis of a particular problem and say, how do we get off the trouble? You see, these are momentary things that you see, because what is driving the demand is, of course, if you have more demand for chocolate outside, then, of course, producers of chocolates are looking for more cocoa to buy. And that, of course, can mean a momentary boom for the cocoa farmers. And that cannot be a sustainable incentive, because once there's a shock in the market of those who are actually processing these into chocolate or other finished products, you find that the farmer also will be affected. Let's look at this historically. Nigeria used to be, for example, especially the Southwest, they used to call the hub for cocoa. And all of a sudden, you see the farm disappearing. And then, of course, some of the farms were still there, but really not maintained, because the farmers were really not paying attention to it, because the yields were not coming. And this was it because at that time, of course, cocoa was a major raw material for beverages. And once alternatives were sourced outside, in terms of synthetic product that they were using to produce beverages, the demand for cocoa went down. And that became a disincentive for the farmers. Now, what's sustainable in the long run is actually to see how the financial institution in Nigeria, I was driving along the Third Mainland Bridge and I see a particular bank advertising and saying, oh, you want to do cocoa exports, we are ready to finance. And I don't think that is what we should be financing. And I think government must be very determined. Government don't need to own farms. All the government needs to do is to set incentive so that if we are having people who are producing cocoa here and we're also having off-taker here, that we don't need to ship abroad, and we are converting the seed here into finished products, we will make more money. Because if you look at it, whether from Ghana or to Cote d'Ivoire, who are majoring also in terms of cocoa production, what they earn annually in the sale of cocoa is not up to a tenth of what Switzerland is making for sale of chocolate. So which means the value is really on the finished product. So how do we as a nation strategically say, yeah, we have to add value to these things and make it work? Because if we are going to be relying on the demand from the outside, if there are trouble and you cannot ship, then it becomes a disincentive for farmers to continue to farm. So that happened in the early 80s when, of course, we left cocoa production, we left rubber production, we left granite production. Because all these products came with synthetic products because the prices become so high and people were not willing to take the raw cocoa. Rather, they were looking for alternative to cocoa, and that has happened before. So we must also be wary that if it happened before, because history is cyclical, keep moving around the same circle. So strategically, we must position ourselves to say, how do we invest in the value chain of cocoa production, that we are not just dealing with exporting the raw cocoa, which is so cheap, but that we can actually begin to export the finished product that's well packaged and in good quality to the outside world. Then we will really be having value from cocoa production.
At present, Doctor, do we have the sort of environment, if you like, when it comes to the processes at play or the systems, that are currently existing to be able to make this happen? Because like you said, and rightly so, it shouldn't just be about, we shouldn't just, fold our arms or cross our legs and, watch the market forces play out. That's demand and supply, as it were. How then do we make it, how then do we position our business environment such that we're not just relying on quote unquote happenstance?
You see, that is where, of course, the managers in the fiscal sector of our economy really have to come in, who will determine that to create, because all we're looking at here really is not, the land is there, the weather is clement enough, especially in the southern part of the country, where, of course, you can easily grow cocoa. Now, what is absent is a financial incentive to borrow for people to be able to really have money, and then they are able to invest in this value chain. That one creates job for us, and then of course become also a major earner of a forest. So government just deliberately, and through its agent, Central Bank of Nigeria, can create a window for people who are interested in doing that business.
Specifically in the cocoa farm?
Yes, in the cocoa area. And then, of course, it's close to where the farms are. And then, of course, we are turning these things out. And then, of course, we can export to other countries who need these things. And if they are well done, of course, any market can receive it.
All right, let's come back to you, Mr. Tanu. You've heard what Dr. Dahosa has said. He's talked about us not just limiting our, if you like, successes to what happens with market trends of supply, or economic trends, if you like, of supply and demand. And, that there's more that needs to be done to not just produce and enjoy what comes out of what we see on the global stage, but of course be able to be self-sufficient, as you were, when it comes to exporting and all of that. What are your thoughts? Very quickly, we have to move on.
Yeah, I think I actually support his view of what he's saying. But if you look at it right now, we have to also see how we can, first of all, concentrate on improving our agricultural sector, or improving the growth of cocoa, increasing the varieties, and to see how, peradventure, if most of these companies are down here, or they want to actually invest, they have the product or the cocoa to be able to start producing in a larger quantity. So if you look at it from his own aspect, it's something that I actually buy from, because now you see Nigeria, most of the time, if you even check, let's go off cocoa, you check and Benin, you see that a lot of oranges are wasted. There's no company to be producing. So if, to me, bringing investors towards that aspect is a very key thing, so that this production can have a very long time rate, or it can improve more on the employment of individuals, because that's a value chain that is a very long one. So it doesn't have to just limit from the aspect of maybe the farmer producing and actually exporting and maybe making fortune or little of what they can get, parental of what more is supposed to be gotten from the value chain that is supposed to be for the finished product that is supposed to be exported. So from my own view, like I always say, you see it for how long we've been talking about for to be crude oil to be produced in Nigeria, but we actually don't have refineries now that are talking for is actually increasing and all that. So now talking about cocoa now, you see that most of our allies or most of the people or investors, the government don't talk about it, because if you want to bring investors, it has to start from the aspect of the government. They have to now see how they can bring investors into this production of whatever raw material. So for now, since that is a long thing that is definitely, maybe we think by the special grace of God, they are looking into to see how it's going to be. But what we should concentrate, or what government should concentrate on, is how to expand much of the farm, because cocoa production is very intensive and financially demanding. So if you want to go into it, something that has to do with financial wellness, so I would support that in a long run, that they should also start looking into it. And most foreign or most allied governments also start looking into that aspect of trying to set up company that can be able to produce this into a finished product, and also looking into the other aspect that, okay, they should also come into how they can reduce the production of reduce the price of chemicals. Because as I learned earlier, I know that I heard Africans are now beginning to start producing their own chocolate. They have started producing this cocoa in their own. So that's why you see that the drive is actually also coming to Nigeria. So it's something that we have to look into. But in that aspect of agriculture, you see that the government are also participating in the farmland. They are also participating in the farming of the cocoa. So we should also encourage ourselves, if not government, because actually if we are always talking about government coming into this thing, I actually see from my aspect that it's something that it might come and actually might not come at when we need it. So we should not be focusing on the aspect that the government should come. We should focus on the aspect of reducing this price so that the revenue that are actually supposed to come into to Nigerian, the agriculture sector should be able to increase. When we now looking forward to see how this company should be on ground to be able to start producing this finished product.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Tano. Let's round up here now, but I'm going to come to Dr. Idahosa finally. A number of stakeholders at different fora and symposia have opined that the sector as yet has not been seen as a value-driven one. So, you know, if you could, by way of a recommendation, as it were, what the stakeholders, the major players, maybe in partnership with the government, as it were, can do to, you know, reposition the cocoa market to be seen as a value-added sector beyond this current price tally, and to, you know, make all and sundry understand what really obtains in the cocoa market.
You see, there's a common human psychology that people go to where value is. And that's simple. And that's why I try to be historical in looking at the issues within the industry. A lot of people and a lot of scholars actually had argued that, because, for example, in Nigeria, we found oil, there were no attention paid to that sector. But for me, that was really not the issue. The real issue was the fact that you have farmers who are playing in the sector and they're not getting value. And so people are wanting to go to where value is. And then, of course, that's where they want to invest and that's where they want to put their money. Nobody wants to put their money and tie it down and it's not producing results. Now, what should government do? And that is what government does all across the globe. Government is a thinking tank who think for every individual. They are leaders who should be able to see tomorrow, today, that the things that farmers can see, those who sit in the office, they are able to envisage it and then make adequate preparation and plan toward those eventualities. Now, dependency syndrome is the biggest problem in Africa. Whether it's economic dependency or political dependency, so Africa is hugely dependent on a third party or a second party. So you cannot actually determine how your economy runs because the buyer has the knife and has the yam. So he can only give you a small portion as he wishes to give to you. So what we should do is that we must get to that point as Africans and have control of our market. And I think the China model is working. China is developing its retail, developing its consumer base, while also focusing on the outside. So that even if the outside world refuses the goods, there are people who will consume it, and then there will be no loss. And I think that's where Africa should play. Especially Nigeria, we must be strategic when we are thinking of the things that we are doing, that we're having value, and then we're saying, let's have deliberate investment in specific sector. We have done cocoa before, we can do it again. And all that we just need to do, create the right incentive, right environment for farmers so who can get into that business. And then, of course, the research institutes, of course, need to also sit up. Because that's, again, another big problem in Africa. You see, the problem of yield. Our land tenure, our land environment, their composition somehow seem constraining for some agricultural product. Then, of course, we need a whole lot of research so that you can practice work like this really called today precision agriculture. So you can say, okay, in 1 acre or hectare of land, this is the tonnage of cocoa that we can get based on research. And then, of course, that will involve modifying the seedlings for farmers. And then the farmer just go to the farm, to the research institute, purchase the seedling for higher yield, and then they go to plant. And then they smile to the bank. That's the environment that government need to create. Government fund research institutions, ensure that the financial institutions are giving the requisite support to farmers and those who also want to play in the value chain of cocoa. And therefore, we have local buyers and we're also having international buyers. And then, of course, all the byproducts that are coming out from cocoa, which, of course, some of them are for health, production of medicinal herbs and the rest of it, we can also take advantage of it as a people.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idahosa, for joining us on the program this morning. We've been talking about Nigeria's cocoa boom and exploring the opportunities therein to help reposition the country's economy back on the global stage. This essentially is being seen by many stakeholders as an opportunity, a very, very, very golden opportunity for Nigeria's agricultural sector. Once again, Dr. Idahosa, thank you for joining us. And also to our guest, Mr. Michael Tanu, many thanks for joining us on the program today. Mr. Tanu is the founder and CEO, Tanu Agro. Much has been said about this particular issue. It's been pretty interesting so far, the event therein, and it's curious to see what would happen from here on out. But having spoken about it, the farmers who hitherto abandoned their plantations seem to be rushing back there because of this current zeitgeist, so to speak. They are, replacing old seedlings with high-yielding seedlings, at this point in time, and of course expanding their growing area, which is a good thing. But of course, the questions follow us: do we have the right environment to sustain this? Our guests have talked about, deliberate investment in specific sectors, particularly Dr. Idahosa, who mentioned that, and of course delivering on specific incentives that would in turn catalyze the business environment, and specific stakeholders too playing in that sector, and of course creating value such that we do not have to rely, or if you like, keep depending on demand, external demand, as a matter of fact, citing the Chinese model of it all, and of course funding research, support, and of course supporting stakeholders. So putting all of that into perspective, if these are done, the corollary is that we will be better off as a people, and economically we would ramp up what we have at the moment. That's Market Insight on today's edition. But before we go, quick look at the currency market and what's happening on the official and parallel market. On the official market, as at today, 3rd September 2024, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,525 Naira to the pound sterling, 2,030 Naira to the euro, 1,716 Naira. That's, of course, on the official market. Going on to the parallel market, the Naira is trading to the dollar at 1,590 Naira, 2,097 Naira, and that's to the pound sterling, by the way, and to the euro, 1,764 Naira. That's what it looks like today on the official and parallel currency market. That is the package today on Market Insight. Many thanks for watching. Do stay tuned to your set for more insightful and engaging programs here on SOUQ News Television. Until next time, when Market Insight returns tomorrow, that is, do have a wonderful day. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
This landmark deal underscored Acre's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenos in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas SOUQ was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga. But by and large, is proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, the brand essence and the equity of SOUQ.
Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Eke's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflects his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's found
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy, has proposed removing taxes on essential items such as food, public transportation, and house rents to the federal government. During an interview, Oyedele emphasized that these tax exemptions, including removing value-added tax on these necessities, aim to ease the financial burden on Nigerians. The proposal, set to be signed by President Tinubu before reaching the National Assembly, also includes incentives for job creation, encouraging private companies to expand their workforce. These reforms are part of the government's broader tax initiative launched in August 2023 to foster economic growth and development. Nigeria has lost the United States Category 1 status as the country's airlines failed to operate directly to the country for 2 years as stipulated by the US FAA law. Nigeria gained the US FAA Category 1 status in August 2010 after a rigorous exercise that spanned about 5 years, but due to a combined factors of dropping standards and the failure of some Nigerian airlines to operate directly in the United States for 7 years. With this removal, Nigerian airlines, including those planning to commence direct flights from Lagos, cannot operate directly to any city or airport in the United States until the country is re-audited and recertificated by the United States Federal Administration Authority and returned to its former status. Egypt, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Morocco, and South Africa are African countries on the FAA Category 1 list. Other countries in the Category 1 status include Argentina, Aruba, Azerbaijan, and Bahamas. The World Health Organization has donated 70 million naira worth of medical supplies to Jigawa State to prevent disease outbreaks among flood victims in temporary camps. Dr. Bello Inua, WHO coordinator in Jigawa State, announced that the donation includes malaria test kits, antibiotics, anti-malarials, oral rehydration solutions, aiming to bolster the state's health response. Recent floods have displaced thousands across 16 local government areas. Jigawa's Health Commissioner, Dr. Mohammed Kanua, emphasized the need for clean water and sanitation to prevent diseases like gastroenteritis. He also urged WHO to enhance disease surveillance and immunization efforts to mitigate health risks among the affected population. The Dangote Refinery Petroleum will commence selling premium motor spirits after completing product test runs. The rollout follows delays caused by crude oil shortages and regulatory disputes. Currently, only the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, will handle the sale of this fuel, while the Nigerian government and Dangote Group are finalizing distribution arrangements. It is anticipated that local crude refineries will buy crude directly from producers to avoid high prices charged by international traders. The South African rand was weaker in earlier trade today ahead of the release of the second quarter gross domestic product. Earlier, the rand traded at 17.8875 against the dollar, about 0.4% softer than its previous close. Statistics in South Africa have set the country's GDP figures for the second quarter of 2024 later today. Domestic investors will use the data to look for signs in the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. Economic expansion at 0.5% year-on-year in the first quarter marked a disappointing start to the year and is suppressed by the GDP growth and is expected to continue in the second quarter. And that's the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lovina Emma.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? I see entrepreneur trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent, but they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, it hasn't started, it has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
The awards that Dr. Leo has received are in order. You find out when you read a story or go through it. This is somebody that started out with a graphic artist and desktop publishing outfit, and then many years later is comparable to all of the innovators in the world. You look at them, Steve Jobs, then Bill Gates. These are people that have built things from the ground up. There's no more deserving innovator than Dr. Stanley Eke for receiving all of these awards. In a society like Nigeria and Africa, where it appears that role models are in short supply, when you have innovators like Dr. Leo, who have spent their time, resources, and their life building from ground up, innovating, constantly doing things, it shows that these things can be done. So imagine a Dr. Leo being one that does this thing. It means that 100 more innovators can be like him. And that's the only way we can build the society that we want. It's not enough to have outliers like him. We appreciate it, but the most important factor is that he's representative of things that are possible. And looking at him and all the awards that he's received is proof of that.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest
is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Declaring a state of emergency on the education sector in the state was a bold step, perhaps the only way for Governor Abba Yusuf to clean up the rot he said he met upon his assumption of office on May 29 last year. The first thing that motivated Governor Yusuf to take the action was when he heard that a staggering 4.7 million pupils were sitting on the bare floor in primary schools in the state. But the worst is the alarming proliferation of 989,000 out-of-school children of both genders, a situation that threatens to rob an entire generation of their right to education and a bright future. Governor Abba Yusuf did not just wake up in the morning to declare a state of emergency on education. He studied the situation and understood the problems. The governor said the Kano educational landscape, once a beacon of hope and opportunity for the youth and an example for other states to copy, now stood shrouded in the shadows of unacceptable neglect and decay. These problems are multifaceted: shortage of qualified teachers, inadequate teacher training program, and lack of basic amenities such as clean water and sanitation in many schools. These issues, coupled with the socio-economic challenges that many students face, create an environment where education is not just difficult, but nearly impossible. Governor Abba Yusuf lamented that schools, which should have been sanctuaries of knowledge, discipline, and growth, were in a deplorable state, as dilapidated infrastructure was a common sight. Roofs were caving in, walls crumbling, and classrooms that could no longer provide a safe and conducive learning environment. The governor stated that he will tame the decay by building additional 300 state-of-the-art laboratories in 100 schools across the state, among many other initiatives. The provision of facilities, he explained, will provide the students with hands-on problem in scientific inquiry, fostering a culture of experimentation and discovery that is essential to their future success. The building of more classrooms will no doubt mitigate classroom congestion that has become a feature of most of the schools. The governor has also directed that all contractors handling inherited and abandoned institutions' buildings to go back to the site immediately. As part of the emergency action, the governor has directed the recruitment of 10,000 teachers, adding that teachers in the employment of the state will enjoy periodic training and retraining so as to achieve the vision of making every teacher what he called a caring educator. Over 1,000 academic and non-academic staff will be employed into tertiary institutions, signifying the commitment of the state to overhaul the entire educational system, in addition to government investment in the welfare and well-being of teachers in all forms. Governor Yusuf said he will substantially increase budgetary allocation to the education sector, and in this regard, he disclosed that his administration has allocated 29.95% of the state budget to education, based on the realization that only significant allocation of financial resources will address most of the hydra-headed problems afflicting the state's educational system. The governor reminded everyone that the responsibility of improving the educational sector does not rest solely on the shoulders of government, adding that it was a collective endeavor that required the cooperation of parents, communities, and shareholders. This is Bayo Olawi.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills plc, PZ Cussons plc, Nigerian Breweries plc, and United Bank for Africa plc. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank plc UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Intimate, City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. This move led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He is also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Bobagunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku-Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school Used to play at during break time, and in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady, and I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused,
his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses
and even the high-ups one, to please ensure yourself, and when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you ensure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. and it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there, indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what they call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times, you know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School, it used to be called St. John's, you know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School, you know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, you know, in the then Bender State. You know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits. Not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer, who was in the Guardian, joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me, you know, because I had interest in writing. And as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was, I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis. And that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died. So nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, that's what it was leaving. It remained about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one example, earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me One I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read The Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So, when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madogi Timi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madogi Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university. Because I won the whole of Akoka campus, they rigged it at Idi Araba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Idi Araba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, about 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. And so it became a landmark judgment. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam, as a single candidate. The previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my result was, when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto. And I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Enno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we were on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research. I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of birth, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them. And elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfem was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call there's what we call people's led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on the exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one? Railway is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, it's still problematic because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of them. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore the university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. You know, it is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, you know, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, you know, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Burton, all of these people, Jeremy Burton, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period of teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubueze. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND a mass comm. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Omoiko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawani Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Bahadne following shop people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. So shortly after that, he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. Because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first body of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu Saritu didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State Government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Maoko. As far as Lagos is concerned, Maoko is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Maoko for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Maoko, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things, and it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation spots. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family, and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why we've been frustrated. Until, as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? And who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls this? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives of me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, we'll see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were two DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. Let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of, is late now, the Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I too, I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that this thing should be done that way. so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas, Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice chairman, vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in some quarters that traditional rulers should be ascribed in the constitutional role.
I fully support. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an oba, be a bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. You are saying I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do. But yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that. I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abuja that were fed up of showing us where we then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odufa should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odufa to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odufa became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokunbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. It was in-house politics. And Tokunbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokunbo? What has become of Tokunbo? I said, they have not started Tokunbo. Tokunbo is now in the office as a news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's one of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we would like you to do a shout out to our station. The format is you introduce yourself and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Valley of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
Land documentation, a cornerstone of effective land governance, supporting tenure security, economic development, and sustainable land use and planning. It involves recording and maintaining information about land ownership, use, and transactions through various methods, including cadastral surveys, land registration, and Land Information System (LIS). Despite its importance, land documentation faces challenges such as informality, inaccurate records, technological barriers, and political and social issues. In Nigeria, land registration and documentation are plagued with a mere 3% of land formally registered and up to 90% of rural land held under customary tenure, lacking formal documentation. Despite efforts to improve land administration in urban areas like Lagos, the land remains complex and costly, with land disputes accounting for up to 80% of civil cases, and women facing significant barriers to land ownership, and only 10% having secure land rights. Also, informal settlements are common. with over 60% of Lagos population living without secure tenure. However, recent technological advancements offer promising solutions to these challenges. Some of the innovations include geospatial technology, blockchain, mobile and open source tools, which are currently used for enhancing the accuracy, efficiency, accessibility of land documentation. These innovations can improve the effectiveness of inclusivity of land documentation system, supporting equitable land governance. Speaking on access to land ownership, Femi Ayodele on Early Exchange shared more thoughts on this important aspect of land documentation.
As a result of that, the proper documentation and processing that should come into this kind of transaction is not usually done. Because we're in a global world where things have been standardized, and it's important that when you have this kind of transaction that has to do with land, the proper thing has to be done. And so it's important for people to have this understanding, which is why this conversation is crucial. Now, the collaboration between the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is to ensure that they improve the process, whereby from 10% to 50% when it comes to land documentation and formalization. There is also this capital as well, which the World Bank will be providing. That's about $300 billion. But the concern on the part of World Bank is this capital cannot be accessed until you enforce the issue of formalization and the right documentation for this land ownership. World Bank doesn't want to get involved in things that are not being well organized, which is why it's important to formalize the process of documentation and tackling. And this is why this knowledge is important as far as Nigeria is concerned. The law, according to the Land Use Act, has vested the ownership of lands in the government. But whether you acquire it from the government, formally or informally, it's important that you have all this document, because the time will come where some issues will arise, whether legal issues as regards ownership. Something can change. Even you can have in law of contract, there's what we call consent. We can have consent now, and tomorrow I might decide to change my mind. But when you have a document written black and white to back up the transaction on the agreement, it's a way to make your case valid if any legal issue arises. So that's why in business or in any transaction, don't assume because the person is your father or you're inheriting the land from a particular family, you have sufficient land. But it goes beyond that. The most important is your CFO, which is a certificate of occupancy, to show that you're the right owner. It has, in legal terms, that's what you call weight. It's more weightier than when you just leave your documentation to just having deed of agreements or just having receipts. So it's important for people to know these documents and apply for them. Landowner, ensure that you get your documentation from the right source, because anything can arise in the future. You can have a legal battle. In fact, anything can. One of the reasons why it's important is, for instance, if you're acquiring a land from a residential area or a supposed residential area, and the place has been converted to an industrial area, issues can arise at that. Because
of the need to revive the ailing textile sector, which had collapsed as a result of a number of factors, among which is the influx of foreign brands. They have called on the federal government to do the needful in reviving this sector. In today's news talk, I will be discussing the promise again by the federal government to revive the country's moribund textile industry. My name is Bayo Olawi. The move by the federal government to revive the moribund textile and cotton industry in Nigeria is ordinarily a step in the right direction, especially now that Nigerians need jobs. Unfortunately, government officials have over the years announced similar promises without following up with concrete steps, thus portraying the current hope raised by the Vice President Kashim Shettima as perhaps another false alarm. Beyond the rhetoric, the government must mobilize all hands on deck and embark on practiced measures to fulfill the hope being raised in the interest of the country, and particularly the traumatized economy. This move must not be suffocated like previous ones, like the previous resuscitation drive of past governments. Political will is needed to drive these through. At a meeting with the International Cotton Advisory Committee, ICAC, the federal government led by the Vice President Kashim Shettima expressed the readiness of Nigeria to collaborate and ensure that the sector breathed again. Deliberations from the meeting revealed that from the cotton textile sector, the target is to create over 1.4 million jobs yearly, with a focus on developing key components of the cotton value chain. comprising farming, weaving, ginning, and linking of cotton, all in line with the industrialization drive of the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Before this new commitment, Nigeria has made some efforts at reviving the textile industry, but a lot still needs to be done. The textile industry is a viable sector that can provide millions of jobs for Nigerians. It can also create thousands of jobs for individuals involved in indirect and direct businesses along the value chain. It is also a sector that can boost the nation's quest for industrialization. According to my findings, in the 1980s and 1990s, Nigeria had unarguably one of Africa's largest textile industries, with over 180 textile mills functioning optimally, employing close to over 450,000 workers and contributing over 25% of the workforce in the manufacturing sector. But that is history now, as there is practically no textile industry in the country any longer. This sudden decline shows that there is a need for both the federal and state governments to go back to the drawing board, invest more in the textile industry, and ensure such investments are well managed. There must also be private sector collaboration. This is the more reason the ICAC visit and collaboration on the part of the federal government is a welcome development. The Executive Secretary of ICAC, Eric Trachentenberg, has expressed excitement about the prospects of Nigeria's cotton industry, citing a compelling historical moment for growth and development. He noted that Nigeria had low-cost labor, market access to the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and economic partnership agreements with the European Union and a talented workforce. Trachentenberg emphasized ICAC's commitment to supporting Nigeria to achieve its goal of creating quality jobs, generating foreign exchange, and reimagining the global cotton economy. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, who was also at the meeting, said that the state was well positioned to harness opportunities in the cotton value chain, given that it hosted the factories and the market and was a critical component of business ecosystem for the cotton sub-sector. According to Sanwo-Olu, Lagos as an integral part of the cotton value chain in Nigeria will support every effort by stakeholders to revamp the sector to enable the state to sustain its status as the largest fashion hub on the continent of Africa. The capacity of the textile industry in Nigeria has markedly diminished. The sector, which held so much promise as a bulwark of industrialization, high revenue earner, and a major employer of labor, is presently a shadow of itself. This is particularly evidenced in several industrial estates, especially in Lagos, becoming moribund. These complexes and warehouses have been sold to churches and others turned into some sundry uneconomic ventures. The consequence of this is that so many people have been sent back into the already ballooning job market with the corresponding high poverty indexes. The textile industry has become the victim of the failure of the state to create employment, pay living wages to workers, and cater for the welfare of the citizens, such that their economic status will be enhanced relative to the wealth of the country. Except urgent measures are taken, the economy is sliding dangerously down the cliff, and the social implications of this level of penury is a progressive push to internal conflict. China and India use their processed cotton materials to compete favorably in the international marketplace, and nothing is stopping Nigeria from replicating the same with the right commitment. Sadly, Nigeria's textile industry has lost steam due to the import substitution policies of various administrations that promoted preference for cheaper, highly subsidized imported brands. Nigerian companies that were doing so well in the sector could not survive foreign competitions. Painfully, even when the United States of America put in place the AGOA, a piece of legislation that was approved by that country's legislature, the Congress, in May 2000, Nigeria will not partake in the benefits of that legislation, the purpose of which was to assist the economies of sub-Saharan Africa and to improve economic relations between the United States and the region. One of the key components of AGWA was the expansion of market access for textile and apparel goods into the United States of America. But with the ICAC recognizing the importance of AGWA and ready to bridge foreseeable gaps, the federal government should back the move and clamp down on smuggling that operators say account for 80% of the local market, in defiance of a ban and import restrictions. There should be incentives for players in the sub-sector. Nigeria's investment climate should be conducive with attendant tax waivers, good roads, security, and a stable power supply. There is a need to push the Nigerianness agenda, and the federal government should lead the patronized Made in Nigeria goods campaign. Finally, there should be adequate training for those involved in the production process on modern practices. The using of cutting-edge technologies will be critical in reviving the cotton and textile sector of Nigeria's economy. I am Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Hour. This afternoon, I am David Chiedu. First, the headlines. Welcome again to SOUQ News Hour. Today, I am David Chiedu. First, let's take a look at the top stories making the headlines.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Now the news in detail. The Nigerian Naira slipped further in the black market, dropping below the 1,600 Naira per dollar support level due to increased demand pressures and a widening supply gap. The local currency fell from 1,625 Naira per dollar last weekend to 1,635 Naira per dollar yesterday. Despite the central bank's efforts to stabilize the naira through treasury bill issuances, the currency is struggling to maintain its value, potentially heading towards 1,800 naira per dollar. Meanwhile, the US dollar index remains strong, consolidating around 101.67 points, reflecting the dollar's strength amid rising treasury rates and economic resilience. Despite reporting a 28% profit increase in 2023, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, saw a decline when profits are measured in dollars. The devaluation of the naira inflated NNPCL's profits to 3.3 trillion naira, but this equated to $5.11 billion, a 14% drop from the previous year's $5.98 billion. Analysts note that while the removal of the petrol subsidy in 2023 was expected to boost profits, the benefits were offset by the return of the subsidy after the naira weakened, highlighting ongoing challenges for NNPCL in achieving global competitiveness. The Managing Director of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAAN, Olubunmi Kuku, has stated that airports across the country are performing below capacity despite the huge funds allocated to the facilities. According to Kuku, the agency has spent huge funds on aerodromes like the Mina Airport that has 122 workers, yet not a single flight operation has been witnessed in the facility. Speaking to journalists in Lagos, Kuku stated that the authority is thinking out of the box on sustainability models that would make the over 20 airports under its management viable. The FAA and MD said the organization would put up any infrastructure at the existing terminals unless there was a compelling yet competitive need to embark on such action. She added that it was time that Nigeria embraced different models for effective airport management, such as joint venture management contract concessioning that did not involve construction of infrastructure as part of the ways to achieve viability of airports. And Dangote Refinery has begun distributing its first batch of premium motor spirit known as petrol from its 65,000 barrels per day facility today. Speaking at a press conference, Aliko Dangote, the billionaire businessman and owner of the Lagos-based refinery, assured the public that they would now have access to high-quality petrol that would extend the life of vehicle engines. Dangote also emphasized that once his company finalizes arrangements with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, fuel would be available on the market, while stating that his refinery will restore industry and manufacturing, as real import substitution will save foreign exchange and also help bring down inflation and cost of living. Last December, Dangote began operations at his $20 billion facility in Lagos, starting with 350,000 barrels per day. After overcoming initial regulatory hurdles, Dangote Refinery is targeting full capacity of 650,000 barrels per day by the end of the year. In addition to petrol, the refinery has already begun supplying diesel and aviation fuel to local marketers. And pension fund administrators, PFAs, in Nigeria are increasingly investing in corporate infrastructure bonds to bridge the country's infrastructure gap and achieve high returns. According to the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOP, PFAs invested 103.86 billion naira in infrastructure bonds during the first half of 2024, up 14% from 91.12 billion naira in the same period in 2023. This investment strategy reflects PFA's commitment to not only secure financial returns, but also contributing to Nigeria's economic growth and development. Oguchi Aguda, CEO of PENOP, emphasized that these investments are vital for enhancing public services and supporting sustainable development. despite a decrease in bond investment from 26.72 billion naira in January to 15.86 billion naira in June 2024. PFAs have maintained a strong appetite for these bonds, with substantial investments in SOUQ bonds, the Nigerian Infrastructure Debt Fund, and other key projects. And to state matters, the Oyo State government has initiated an e-payment system for pensioners' gratuities, marking a significant shift towards modernizing and securing pension disbursement. The announcement was made by Olusegun Olayiwola, Commissioner for Establishments and Training, during a 3-day data capturing and e-payment exercise at the Nigeria Union of Pensioners building in Ibadan. The new system will streamline the payment process by validating and capturing retirees' data from specific periods, with plans to expand coverage to include all pensioners. This move aims to eliminate disruptions and enhance the efficiency of pension payments. Benefits of the e-payment system include increased security, accuracy, and quicker access to funds, reducing risks such as theft or loss associated with physical checks. Elsewhere, Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani has signed a memorandum of understanding with Huawei Technologies to launch the Kaduna State Smart City project. The agreement, formalized at Huawei's Beijing office and witnessed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and other top officials, aims to transform Kaduna into a safer, more efficient, and technologically advanced city. Governor Sani emphasized that the project will enhance security, public service efficiency, and attract investments to Kaduna State. Huawei will serve as a strategic partner, providing solutions in areas like unified command, intelligence, traffic systems, e-government, smart education, and healthcare. A joint committee between Kaduna State and Huawei will oversee the project's implementation, funding, and technology deployment, as this initiative aligns with Kaduna's broader digital economy goals. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you news from other parts of the African continent. Join us. Welcome back to news from around the African continent. In a recent report, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, has revealed that African nations are losing up to 5% of their GDP annually due to climate change impacts. Africa, despite contributing less than 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, is suffering disproportionately from extreme weather events such as droughts, floods, and heat waves. This year, Africa has faced severe climate-related challenges, including unprecedented heat waves and significant flooding affecting millions across the continent. The report underscores that African countries are allocating up to 9% of their budgets to climate adaptation efforts, yet the financial strain is substantial. The WMO has urged African governments to invest in early warning systems and meteorological services to mitigate future risks. Without adequate measures, up to 118 million Africans could face severe climate conditions by 2030, with adaptation costs potentially reaching $30 to $50 billion annually over the next decade. And elsewhere, China's satellite TV project in Africa is a key part of its strategy to strengthen ties and exert soft power on the continent. Launched nearly 9 years ago by President Xi Jinping, the initiative aims to bring digital TV access to over 10,000 remote villages across 23 African countries. The project, carried out by the Chinese company StarTimes and funded by China's aid budget, is close to completion, with over 9,600 villages equipped. While the initiative has brought clear benefits, such as enhancing the quality of life in remote villages, it also reflects China's cultural influence through the content broadcast by StarTimes. Some African villages appreciate the access to new entertainment, particularly Chinese dramas and movies dubbed in local languages, but others find the programming outdated and stereotypical. This mixed reception highlights the complexity of China's influence in Africa as it seeks to win hearts by providing valuable services while also promoting its own cultural content. And Liberia has confirmed its first case of monkeypox since the global outbreak, marking a critical moment for the nation's public health efforts. Dr. Dube Nyan, Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, NPHIL, announced that a 7-year-old girl has since from Sinoa County, tested positive for the virus. The NPHIL has ramped up its response, focusing on contact tracing and the establishment of an incident management system to coordinate efforts. The system will monitor border points, particularly between Liberia and Côte d'Ivoire, to prevent further spread. Despite challenges in obtaining testing kits and resources, the government is working closely with the WHO and Africa CDC to manage the outbreak. The case underscores the importance of strengthening Liberia's healthcare infrastructure, ensuring that the country is better prepared to handle future health crises. And away now to South Africa, the economy saw a 0.4% expansion in the second quarter of 2024, driven by a recovery in the electricity and manufacturing sectors, according to Statistics South Africa. The uptick is attributed to reduced electricity outages, known locally as load shedding, which had previously hampered economic performance. Eskom Holdings, the state utility, has improved power supply through new generation units, reduced unplanned outages, and better maintenance. The electricity sector grew by 3.1%, while manufacturing increased by 1.1%. Finance, real estate, and business services also contributed, expanding by 1.3%. With inflation dropping to 4.6% in July, the South African Reserve Bank is expected to cut interest rates in its September meeting, potentially boosting consumer spending and further economic growth. Angola and Russia are in collaboration to ensure the smooth operation of Russian diamond mining giant Alrosa at Angola's Katoka mine, according to Angolan ambassador to Russia, Augusto da Silva Cunha. The Katoka mine, the world's fourth largest open-pit mine, accounts for over 75% of Angola's diamond output. Alrosa holds a 41% stake in Katoka, with similar share owned by Angola's state company Endiama and the remaining 18% by Lviv International of China. The ongoing cooperation aims to address obstacles related to diamond sales and operational hurdles. In January, Angolan authorities suggested Alrosa might need to withdraw from the joint venture due to issues with diamond sales, but discussions have continued. Despite the impact of international sanctions on Alrosa's operations, both nations are developing strategies to overcome the challenges. And to the north, Egypt's Purchasing Managers Index, PMI, rose above the neutral threshold of 50 for the first time since November 2020, reaching 50.4 in August from 49.7 in July, according to S&P Global. This marks a notable expansion in the non-oil private sector. The increase reflects a recovery in demand, with businesses boosting inventories and hiring more staff. Despite the positive shift, firms are facing rising costs due to the depreciation of the Egyptian pound against the US dollar, which has led to higher purchase prices and selling charges. This follows a challenging first half of 2024 where the PMI dipped below 50 due to a foreign currency shortage and increased input cost. The Egyptian government is aiming to increase the private sector's share of economic activity to 50% by 2025 as part of its $8 billion IMF loan program. And the United Nations World Food Program, WFP, has secured a 200 million Japanese yen contribution from Japan to enhance food security and educational outcomes in Sierra Leone. This funding will provide daily nutritious meals, including Japanese rice and locally sourced vegetables, to 28,800 primary school children in Pejuhun district for the 2024-2025 school year. The initiative targets 137 primary schools across 6 chiefdoms grappling with acute food insecurity and climate-related challenges. This support aligns with Japan's Free Quality Initiative aimed at bolstering human capital development through improved education and nutrition. Japan has been a major donor to the WFP, contributing nearly $15 million over the past 5 years. And Russian President Vladimir Putin received a warm welcome in Mongolia despite an International Criminal Court arrest warrant against him. The warrant, issued last year, accuses Putin of illegally deporting hundreds of children from Ukraine. However, Mongolia failed to act on the warrant, sparking criticism from Ukraine. Ukraine's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Georgy Taki, condemned Mongolia's inaction, saying that it was a heavy blow to the International Criminal Court and the system of criminal law. During his visit, Putin met with Mongolian President Unakin Kurelsuk to discuss trade and economic cooperation. The two leaders also talked about a major pipeline project, Power of Siberia 2, which aims to transport Russian gas to China. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories from across the foreign sea. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now to stories from other parts of the world. The U.S. presidential campaign has reached a political kickoff as President Joe Biden has formally joined forces with presidential candidate Kamala Harris at a campaign town in Pittsburgh. President Biden made a case on his administration's labor record and declared that it would again lift workers if Harris were elected president. With the U.S. election only 3 months away, the polls show candidate Kamala Harris having a narrow lead over Donald Trump. According to the Wall Street Journal poll, Harris is gaining support from 48% registered voters, while Trump is recorded with 47% within the poll margin of error. And Apple is making a significant shift in its display technology, adopting OLED screens for all iPhone models starting 2025. This move will enhance the visual experience for users, offering more vivid colors and sharper contrast. The change will benefit suppliers BOE Technology and LG Display, which have already received orders for OLED displays for the upcoming iPhone SE model. However, it will exclude Sharp Core and Japan Display, which have primarily supplied LCDs and do not mass-produce OLED displays for smartphones. This transition marks a significant milestone for Apple, which first introduced OLED panels in the iPhone X in 2017. And Super Eagles forward Victor Osimhen has agreed to join Turkish club Galatasaray on loan. According to reports, Napoli reduced Osimhen's release clause from 130 million euros to 75 million euros, facilitating the move. The Nigerian striker has also secured an option to break the clause in January if a top club expresses interest in signing him. This deal marks a significant step for Osimhen, who has been a key player for Napoli, and it provides Galatasaray a major boost to their attacking options. And with that, we conclude the news on SOUQ News Hour today. Many thanks for watching. Do stay tuned for more interesting and engaging programs on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Just houses are springing up in areas that are supposed to be residential areas. That's part of the abuse we're talking about. So it's for you to be ensured that you have the right ownership, and then if anything arises, you can be covered by the law.
Speaking further on the program, Victor Jibono, a legal practitioner, shed more light on verification of land, titles, and the importance.
For verifying a land before you purchase, whether you are a purchaser or if you are the owner of the land, verification of land in Lagos, it's not usually an easy process. It's not usually an easy process. It takes a lot of process. In fact, the process is very cumbersome, and it takes a lot of time before you actually now get the result of your land verification. Electronic search, even you don't even need to visit the Ministry of Lands physically. You can do your search by yourself online by just logging into the search portal, and you can just do your search within seconds. You get whatever information you are searching for, verification that you are doing. But when it comes to the issue of getting the titles and some other documentation with respect to land, that is where there is usually this bottlenecks. It can take as long as 1 year for you to get the C of O, for you to get a governor's consent, which is, to me, not encouraging. If you want to sell your land for the purpose of getting huge commercial benefits, and you require a C of O to do that, if you need to get cashing on, you need to cash in money on for a very urgent purpose, and you need to sell your land with a C of O. You can imagine if your land doesn't have a C of O and you want to get that C of O, you'll be looking at spending over a year plus before you can eventually get that C of O to sell that land. So these are issues that needs to be addressed by the Ministry of Lands, states, Lagos State as it concerns us in our practice. If you have been granted right of occupancy on a particular land, you should know that that right is valid for 99 years. So at the expiration of 99 years, it's either you apply for an extension of that 99 years, or the government comes and pick the land up. So because the land belongs to the state government, in reality, so that is the reason why it is usually advised, for you to be able to have some legal rights with respect to lands, you have to perfect your title. And when you are perfecting your title, like the other time when I was interviewed in your station, I talked about various kinds of titles that can give you legal rights. The certificate of occupancy is the most important. Then you have the governor's consent. For example, the certificate of occupancy, once you are issued certificate of occupancy, it means that you have legal rights to that land for 99 years.
Leveraging technological advancements and addressing challenges such as comprehensive reforms, which include policy and legislation, corruption, transparency, capacity building, public awareness, and public-private partnership. Land documentation can play a vital role in securing land rights, promoting economic growth, and protecting the environment. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debts, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Force Oil sold 17% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Force access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge, what Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship. That once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it's a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. I mean, one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film. Because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, That means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from...
Hello and welcome to your show, SOUQ Pulse. Earlier part of the day, you will hear this direct line. It said, we shape policy and advance development. Then you know you're on SOUQ News. Here is all about positive programming. We always tell you, no matter what comes your way, what hits you, what information, what narrative that is out there, when you come to SOUQ News, you detox. You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. And so we talk. So it doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea. This is SOUQ Pulse. Today, we'll be going way, way far from the African continent and also ask questions. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Here, we'll have a nice, beautiful time. I'm also blessed to have a guest in our house, someone that has not been on SOUQ Pulse for a while. I'll get to introduce him and tell you what happened, where he's been, and the time zones that are still registering around here. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse and beautiful things are happening in the studio. You need to get to meet the crew and you will know that people are really here and they are working to make sure you get not just informed, but also be that production and solution giver we spoke about. Now, today on SOUQ Pulse, we'll be looking at Asia, to be specific, China. Where are we going to? We're looking at the policy of trade in China. What are the major pillars when it comes to trade and their policy in China? You'll be wondering why I'm pausing. So it will hit you. Then we'll ask ourselves directly this question. What can we emulate from it? Several weeks, several months, several analysts have come in here, both learned, both guests, both very informed people, and they've made a whole lot of analysis when it comes to China. But today we are dwelling on the trade. We'll bring out 4 major points, and that's what we'll be talking about. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please dust your ties, dust your seats. If you want to stand, no problem. Please join me as I welcome back to SOUQ Pulse, Dr. Idahosa Samaze. Sir, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Pleasure to be with you, Chooks, this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Are you still going through jet lag or time zone inhibitions, or you are not sure where you are your ears tingling? Which one?
Well, the last time I heard this kind of conversation was from one of my philosophy lecturer who was talking about appearance and reality. And I remember telling him that I paid my way to the university, so I was in school to learn, and it was nobody paying the bill. I was paying it myself. So I was very real, and it was not imagined like they think in Western philosophy. So I told him, I'm the one here. It's not an appearance. So, Chooks, I am here. There's no jet lag. I know where I am. This is SOUQ News, and we say great Nigeria.
Yes, great Nigeria, great SOUQ. Welcome. Now, for those that are wondering, very soon you'll get to see and witness augmented reality in this particular studio. So he says this is reality. It's a two-way talk. You never... I hope he don't tell you if it's real or if it's not real. You're welcome back to the studio. Let's leave the climate zone. Let's leave the climate zone for now. Yes, so today we are looking at China's trade policy, and we are asking ourselves directly, what can Africa learn? Now, for those that are wondering, in the last few weeks, in the last few months, Nigeria, for one, has gone through some protests. People are clamoring, shouting, hunger, hardship, work, good. It's cutting across Africa. Kenya gave the first red flag. Then we see countries that hitherto are looking very peaceful. Bangladesh, not too good. Britain, not too good.
Why will the Prime Minister run away?
Well, safety first. It's the living that fights.
Oh my God.
The last I checked, the reality you talked about is the living that fight. Now, we are looking at asking questions. If we want to get productive, we ask questions. Okay, who is doing it? What are they doing? Even if they are going through any form of economic meltdown, recession, or selling much, stock going down, what did they do at the point where they were getting it right? So let's learn from them. Now, that's where we are heading to. And we're looking at this particular 14, standard trade policy and practices has been driven majorly on 4 priorities. 1, they are pushing indigenous innovation. So it doesn't matter what the premier or what the party gets to say. At the bottom line of it, the first one is indigenous innovation. The second one is driving self-sufficiency. The third one is enhancing national security. Now, it follows that one after the other. Then the last one, which everybody keeps talking about, is open market reform and opening their market. Now, we'll get there. We'll take them one by one. My happiness is that we'll have Dr. Idahosa here, and he's not going to jump any gun because we're taking them one by one. Then you also get to understand when we get to the last one, which everybody gets to hear, that we are the one. He will tell you more. Now, sir, let's look at this. Starting from the first one, pushing for indigenous innovation. What China is doing, what they did, what they are still doing, and what they'll keep doing, that we are not doing, that Africa is not doing.
Yeah.
Homegrown technology, state-sponsored tech acquiring. Whatever you need to add behind the acquiring, how it's acquired, we are not saying it, but we see it. Why is Africa not doing that route?
Well, it's you won't be able to talk about growth in a people's life without necessarily connecting it with their theology and philosophy.
Their theology and philosophy. Could that be a part of their culture? And
yes.
Okay.
So this is quite very fundamental. What we have lacked in Africa is that we have thrown away our philosophies, we've thrown away our theology, and embrace a hybrid which is neither true nor false.
When you mention hybrid, the first thing that comes to my mind is Chinese EVs.
Yeah,
I am sorry. They've punctuated our mind to that extent.
Yeah, so that is what it is. So when you look at China as a country, what they have set out to do is to establish their racial superiority over every culture. So, really perpetuating the Chinese culture.
In China?
Not in China, globally.
But they started at home first.
They started at home. So that's why
and conquered the home.
No. That's what I'm coming to. You see, you have a philosophy of life. You have a theology that pushes you. And what you're trying to do is to push that theology globally. So that's why, where are you going to go to in the world? Is it the Americans? Is it the Indians? Is it Europe? Is it Africa? The best place to be is the Chinese restaurant. You know why? Because China they don't joke with their philosophy about life and their culture about life. So nobody can go there to say, oh, let's put China down. No. They are exalting their cultural superiority over every race. Even after the defeat by Great Britain during the Opium War, China had emerged to say there's something about us that we have to preserve. And I think this is fundamental. Now, let's take a look at this philosophy very briefly.
As you're taking a look at it, also talk about the education that is also within that.
You see, because your theology and your philosophy is actually your education.
Okay.
So, because what defines your education is your philosophy about life. And what they have been able to do is that they have interacted with the world and they have seen beautiful things in the world, but they don't want to allow those things to dilute their philosophy and their theology. So they either take what is good about it and see how to make it more China. Now, take for example, we know China to be a communist society, have we?
Yes.
Now,
on paper.
Not on paper. They are purely communist society. Now, what is the difference between...
How communist is capitalist?
Now, this is the question. What is different about the Chinese communism was the fact that they saw the red Karl Marx and they saw the red Hegel, Friedrich Hegel, the red Lenin, who was the very first person to see how to bring Karl Marx to life and started communism in the Soviet Union. Now, following the civil revolt of 1905 in Russia, when communism found its way into the Chinese Bolshevik Party. Now, what happened was the fact that in communism that they were advocating was the fact that human beings like Europe think and articulated are perpetually and naturally good. So they don't need to be controlled. And so they were going to be asked to just live their life and do some work. Now, when Lenin started this practice, what happened? People fell into laziness. And so when Joseph Stalin came and took over from Lenin, he discovered that these guys don't want to work, but they want to eat. So he welded the iron rod to beat them to work. Because state cannot control this. So but what Chinese took away from socialism or communism was the fact that let state control and direct their affairs. But the Chinese, we say this parable everywhere, the Chinese proverb that if you give man a fish, you feed him for one day. But if you train him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. That's a fundamental philosophy of life. So for China, it's not about handouts. For China, it's about you as an individual who is highly productive and contributing to your society.
To the last word you just said, it's more of a traditional crime not to work.
That is what it is. So culturally, laziness is prohibited. And that's why you find that even people who are pilfering or stealing is defined to be laziness. And so the way to treat that is capital punishment. So these are the issues that is defining who the Chinese people are.
That's a very serious one. If we continue on this trajectory, we won't finish this first one and the time is going to run out. But let's try and see how fast we can go. Look at the education. State-focused, sponsored education.
Now, this is what it is.
Where is Africa getting it wrong? Because we still have state-sponsored, but it might not be focused.
Now, again, you go back to what it is. When Chairman Mao came into office, the first thing he did was to shut out China from the rest of the world for over 30 years. No aircraft landed in China or took off. The seaports were closed. The roads were closed. And in that period of 30 years, they trained themselves to speak one language. And the multiplicity of all the languages gave way to one language. Now you see what education can do. So it was a focused program. And to say this is where we want to build leverage. So we are not going to be fighting ourselves. We want a one single China that is united by language and by culture. And within that space of 30 years, they built a new China with a new culture. So what that means is that education for them is taken serious. It's not the kind of education that we are looking at here, which is education about how to read and write so that it can become clear to some people. Now, this form of education in China is really targeted to people who go to school and they are able to translate theory into practice.
Okay.
In 2009,
okay,
I did establish a factory in Benin. And the machines were imported from China. And they said to me they were sending expatriates. Guess who came? They were boys from secondary school. One of them was the first time of traveling. And he was about 18 years. The other one has traveled a couple of times, who was about 25 years. These were the expatriates that came to assemble the entire machine. And when I saw them, I felt, I said, what's the guy doing?
And they did the job.
And they got to the factory, dismantled, assembled the machine in less than 2 days. So this is what we're talking about. So it's not just that people go to school and say, get to school. You can't even tie a boat. They fixed the machine, not even a recourse back to the factory. To say, oh, we have confusion here, we cannot fix it.
Okay. We are still pushing for indigenous innovation. Now, this is, when I look at the four and I go back and say trade policy on these four things, which means they are very intentional. Before we even get to the real thing, we think about, okay, trade is even working. Let's get to this. National focus on product manufacturing. And this has to do with product chain from A to Z, from raw material to finished product. And everyone across the chain is held accountable and responsible. Make it here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is Africa waiting for?
Yeah, there's a lot that we need to deal with. And that's why, for example, when people talk about colonialism and its impact on us, which dealt a very huge blow on us that we are still struggling to get out of.
How long are we going to blame colonialism?
Yeah, we see, because you see, all the relics of colonialism are with us. And this was the point I was making yesterday.
Japan occupied China for a very long time.
Yes.
England occupied China for a very long time.
Yes.
Same thing with India. So, England, China, England, India.
Yeah, but you see, take for example, when colonialism came in here and they saw the structure in the north, they didn't want to touch it. So they left it as it is. But there were some doses of these things that was in there. But what do we meet in the north? There were a lot of confusion in terms of human beings who came, moved into that region, who naturally would have been the minority, and eventually turned majority as it is now. And this guy came, occupied the entire place. And then, of course, the culture of the people were displaced. Now, one of the things that China has learned from history is the fact that when you look at the Greek civilization, one of the things that they were pursuing was the fact on how to make every place they conquer fully Greek people. So, once you impose your culture on a people, then these people are dead. So, their attempt to impose their culture on the Jew failed. And that was why you find that there were serious persecution of the Jews, because they are people who believe that they don't want to mix. So when you get to that point where people emphasize their cultural superiority, then you are fine. But what do you have here? We only respect people that they are intelligent because they can speak Queen's English, even when they are not making sense with their arguments.
That's a serious point. Now, let's move to the second one, because if we keep here, we won't go far. Driving self-sufficiency. These are pillars on which they base their trade policy. Driving self-sufficiency. Service the home first. Yeah. So whatever they are producing, they produce for the home first. And those at home consume it first.
Yeah, but you see, that was the whole idea. They call it the dual circulation strategy. What is it all about? We are not just going to be beautiful outside, but internally we have to be very beautiful. So the whole idea of shutting their borders was to ensure that they have to take pride in themselves. And I made this point very clearly in a natural medicine agency yesterday. They take pride in themselves. We hate ourselves. We talk down on ourselves.
As Nigerians.
As Nigerians, as Africans.
Okay.
So until somebody get to the UK or get to Oxford, he has done nothing.
Because that is the standard somebody somewhere have told him.
Yes, said. Like somebody once argued. You've been to University of Ife. You've been to University of Ibadan to do your first degree, second degree. Then you go to Oxford to do 1 week program. And then you are bragging around the environment as Oxford graduates. So this is the inferiority complex in Africa that is not even making us to look inward to see that there are things that are beautiful about us that we should be promoting. And so what we are promoting is the fact that we say, oh, this is what both say we should do, and this is what is right. So I was somewhere in one of the teaching hospitals in Edo State, Irwa Specialist Hospital, and I was talking with a guy there, and I said to him, the doctor, look at it. There are a lot of activities happening around you. Even you know things that you cannot resolve. You say to the traditional people, how can our school system integrate these traditional people, even in the area of pharmaceuticals alone, to say, yes, these people have cure. How are they doing it? How do we study it so that we can replicate it to the world? Our educational system is not focused on that. So this is a problem. So everybody who succeed study their environment, because the cure to the problem of your environment, nature also has situated it within your environment.
Okay. Now let's also look at part of that driving self-sufficiency. They have a consumption rate and a stockpile at every time, which means they don't depend on you to come save them. Why is Africa always depending on handouts? Waiting for one subvention, waiting for... At every point in time, we are waiting for help from somewhere.
Yeah, well, I've made that clear to you. So the Chinese culture says, if we give you fish, we can only feed you for one day, and that's not worth the while. What's worth the while is train you on how to fish. So the emphasis is on work and productivity. And this is why I've always been advocating here the dangerous effect of liberal democracy on prosperity.
When you say liberal democracy, can you break it down?
Now, what I mean is a conception of governance that government answers to the question, which is, of course, had become a religion. God, government of the day. So many Africans are now worshiping governments because this is a byproduct of liberal democracy.
Instead of building their nations, building their communities.
Yes, of course. So they are now worshiping governments. So government have to provide labor, government has to provide healthcare, government has to provide water, government has to provide electricity.
Because they have put too much power on the government in the first place.
See, but this is what the danger of liberal democracy is. Because we have taken democracy to the extreme. Its original conception from the ancient Greek state is not meant to be the supplier of wood and the fetchers of water. The real foundation of democracy is capitalism, which is individual prosperity.
Based on your productivity.
Yes, of course, you can't prosper when you are not productive. So capitalism is based on individual prosperity. That the individual man is given the opportunity to unleash his potential and develop the creative energy that nature or God has deposited in him.
Okay, before you get very fired up and get angry at Africa, now let's also look at this part of the driving self-sufficiency. Buy made in China and China first policy, within them and outside them. Yeah. But we see the reverse here in Africa. Yeah. We take pride in it's not from here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. It's compensation for felt inadequacy, which they call inferiority complex.
You think it's a complex thing?
I can tell you over and over again, the problem of Africa is inferiority complex. Whether they are elite, who are trained, they say they went to Oxford or Harvard, they are very, very low in self-esteem. That is a problem. And that is why we always want to take a cue from what they are doing. We want them to validate us. We want them to tell us what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, because we cannot define ourselves. So the challenge of Africa is the challenge of the loss of identity.
A loss of identity.
Identity, yes.
Okay. Now, while we look and focus on that particular last line, loss of identity, it's heavy, it's big. And this is a continent of well over 1.6 billion people. Okay, now, before we get to the third hedge, the third pillar of their trade policy, we'll go on a very short break. Let this sink in. For those that are arguing on your own side, feel free. Raise your voices. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse, and we've been discussing about the trade policies of China, and we're asking ourselves directly, what can Africa learn? We pulled out 4 major pillars on which they stand their trade policy. And you now start wondering, they are not just articulative, they are very intentional about it. They have not even talked or story about buying and selling or pushing or importing or exporting to you. But the pillars on which these policies, past, present...
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhance environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. I want to say thank you very much for everyone that has been there, for everyone that has been sending us your feedback, and for everyone that has also called to say, tweak this or tweak that. And for everyone that has also gone ahead to continue a conversation through the week, through the month, and taking it further, reaching your house of rep, reaching those you've sent to represent you. Doesn't matter the country where you are. I want to say thank you very much. Remember, here we say do not keep quiet, because this is SOUQ Pulse. And on SOUQ News, it's all about positivities. We don't keep quiet, we talk. So today we are going to get personal. For those wondering, yes, it's an abridged version, but we'll still get very personal. We are going to ask ourselves some direct questions. So, you know, when we say look at the mirror and look and ask the question, who will answer you? The person you see on the other side of the mirror. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SOUQ Pulse. Today I have a guest who will dive into this straight, and we will be back after this very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. Yes, it's SOUQ Pulse, and I say welcome. Now, we are known for one thing as Africans. We are known for our communal living. So for those that are above 30, 40, 50, you remember very well growing up, you were the responsibility of everyone, both within your neighborhood, in school, and every street you cross, going or coming, both from school, from whatever places you are going to. You dare not misbehave. They will flog you from there and correct you from there till you get home. Same thing when it comes to taking care of people. Same thing when it comes to feeding. Every child did not just belong to the parent, it belonged to the community. And we took care of that, and we had pride in doing that, because that is who we are, Africans. So today, that's what we are delving into and asking ourselves these particular questions. Africa, are we still our brother's keeper? Let that sink in. To do justice to this particular discourse and topic for today is no other but a convener of an initiative that is going around the country for those in Nigeria, taking care of not just the aged, but the less privileged. And someone that has dedicated not just her life, but her time, aside the job she does, to make sure that we get to answer this question directly. I'm talking of no other but Chichi Ononiwu. Your Excellencies, please join me as I welcome the convener of Bula Initiative. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, Chichi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks.
Good.
Nice being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So, again, sorry for the stress in getting you up here. You're welcome. Don't say about it. Now, let's go straight to our topic. Are we still our brother's keeper in Africa?
It's a very big question, really. We used to be our brother's keeper in at least sub-Saharan Africa. Because I remember clearly growing up, my grandfather once told me that way back then, during their time, you know, they lived in these communities where they believed that a child is not just the responsibility of of her or his or her immediate parents, but actually that the community owned the child. So every member of the community, uh, had a hand, as it were, in raising up children in the community. If your neighbor saw your child doing something wrong, going astray, they were free to correct the child, and the parents won't pick offense. But these days, parents even go to schools to fight teachers for correcting their kids. I don't mean when teachers are obviously abusive and all of that. I mean just simple correction for being naughty. Parents get offended. Now you can talk more of the community setting. This modernization, in quotes, has eaten so badly and deeply into our innate communal culture that people are now, very wary of intervening, when they see the neighbors' kids misbehaving or anything like that. They would rather just turn the other face and, let the child go astray. And that does not mean that there are no undesirable elements in the society that could take things, the other way. But basically, my grandparents, great grandparents grew up in a community where there was this caring and belief that everyone should be responsible for, straightening a child, training a child, inculcating the right values into the child. And you saw most of those children were these are politicians that are all, dying off now, who most of them were actually trained by communal efforts. You saw that a promising child, for instance, educationally, Western education wise, the community would gather together and they made contributions to pay the child's school fees. Sometimes they took the child abroad to study so that he can come and be a beacon of hope for the community. And they did well. So most of them built the town halls that we knew about growing up.
Community or the child that was trained?
The child that was trained would come back because this will give the child a real sense of responsibility over not just the immediate family, but to do something to fight for the good of that community. You saw all of them. Most of the community halls we had then, I don't know about everywhere else, but in the East, it was such kids that, built the town halls.
Okay, children that were taken care by the community.
By the community.
Okay, now let's look at it now. At what point or where we are now, to what extent are we going to say individuality is playing a role? Because we have a whole lot of nuclear families, no more extended families as they used to be. Okay. So it's me, my family, my kids. Family, wife, kids. So is it the nuclear family issue, or is it that we've forgotten that there's something called an extended family?
Well, I would say this, in today's world, especially in our part, in sub-Saharan Africa, we used to have more of, extended family in the sense that there was more of polygamous settings way back then than now. But
why?
Yeah, because of the kind of economic pathways that they took. Most of them were farmers.
So polygamy was
exactly
good
they wanted to have large number of family members to help in farming and all of that. They equated wealth to having large family setting.
Large hardworking family.
Large hardworking family. Okay. Yeah, and there were lots of large, responsible and hardworking families back then because they were basically into subsistence farming, They would all gather, go to the farm they owned. It's made them to be able to own large farmlands because that was the basic way wealth was measured way back then.
Okay, now we are still looking at this issue of Africa being not united anymore.
Yes.
Now we are bringing it down to the family unit.
Okay.
Now, by the time the family unit is this divided, what do we get to see when we now bring the whole
Okay.
and with the division caused by borders and all that?
And all of that.
Now, let's look back to the issue you just brought up. Wealth, big families, polygamy, famine. As we speak right now, we have less of famine in Africa. We have less of famine in Nigeria. We have a whole lot of food inflation because people are not farming. Now, they'll bring up a whole lot of other factors, insecurity and all that. Good. But don't you also think that that polygamy assisted in getting people to the farms?
Yeah, I already said that anyways. When I said, you know, people needed larger, it's like having a large family setting, encourage them more to farm, because it wasn't just the man and the woman now and maybe one or two children.
But that's for people that are responsible enough and looking forward to farming.
Yes, no, they had no, back then, I don't think a lot of them had any choice.
But to farm.
Yes.
There was land to farm.
There was land to farm.
There was seedlings to plant.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a cultural thing.
There was wealth to be made.
And there, yeah, exactly. From
there was
farming,
mouths to be fed.
There were mouths to be fed.
And there was markets to sell.
And there was market to sell.
So,
there is still market to sell.
So why are we having all this before and we are forgetting them now?
Yes.
Can we go back to polygamy?
No, today the point is that we have more mouths to feed,
less food,
and less hands
to farm.
So I think that in a nutshell, that's the basic cause of food inflation.
More mouths to feed.
More mouths to feed, less hands working to bring out the food from the ground.
But the hands are there. The hands are
there. The hands are there, but they aren't. When I say hands now, I'm talking about farming hands.
Okay.
Because that is the context.
Not manicured.
Not manicured hands.
Okay. Now let's go back to the issue of we taking care of each other. We get to see a lot of young people not behaving the way their parents behaved, not taking the part of I won't call it righteousness, but the part of responsibility that the older generation had.
No values.
And we see our own generation keeping quiet and just watching. Where did we miss it? Is it education? To what extent are we going to blame modernization?
Okay. I will just speak, factually. The truth is, in as much as we bring up, we birth kids, as early as possible, put them in daycare, then throw them into kindergarten and all of that. And most of the time depend on teachers to do what the parents should do. The foundational structure of the character of any child begins from the home front. When that is missed, everything else is just trying. You understand what I mean?
I'm trying.
It is the home front that determines and shapes the character of a child. Actually, psychologically, it is said that by 3 years old, your kids start forming their individual characters. So anything that you don't start putting into them, once they are both 3, some things are already fixed, that it becomes a bit more difficult to shape them. But that is to say that the family unit has the most basic responsibility of making a child turn out good, in quote, or bad. Do you understand? Turn out reliability.
I'm trying to understand. Now let's also define who exactly or what exactly is a family unit.
The family unit is the mother and the father of the child. Where they're absent, there'll be the guardians.
Okay.
Whoever is the secondary parent of that child.
Okay.
Should provide the basic foundational, building, character building that the child will rely on for life.
Okay. A typical example. Now, growing up, I had this particular neighbor. I won't mention his name, but you know yourself. He disciplined me more than my parents disciplined me.
Okay.
And he was regarded more like family. But blood ties, we did not have blood ties. So is it possible for us to still go back to those kind of...
That's a mentorship, yeah. That also works. But if your parents didn't even do their job, you won't still be able to learn from that person who you claim disciplined you more. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
If they didn't, kind of make a contribution that allowed you to be teachable. You understand what I'm saying? Because one thing is for you to be taught something. Another thing is for you to be receptive towards whatever it is that was being taught. So for you to even be receptive, that means your parents did something right.
Okay. Now, if you say my parents did something right, kudos to them. Let's ask this question. What is dividing us in Nigeria before we even start talking about in Africa?
Okay.
We grew up having neighbors that we didn't even know they were different from us until, okay, they speak a different language, but we also were able to speak that same language. So what exactly is dividing us now?
I'll tell you. What is dividing us is basically modernization. In quotes, like we live like in a woke generation where people now take pride in doing things, that before, would be looked at as taboo. You understand what I'm saying? As in, even the modern parents now, they didn't quite get some things right, because you see our society is just like gradually being subverted before our very eyes, so that what was looked at as wrong before, people are trying to push it in your face as good, right? You understand what I'm saying? And nobody wants anybody to any interference. Like, we have lost that sense of community and values. You get what I'm saying? Which is being pushed at us by modernization, that we're trying to import some cultures.
Okay, good. I am happy you hit that particular nail. Modernization or culture?
Yes. Yeah, they're both. Culture can be developed, can be imbibed, can be improved on. You understand?
So culture
We
is
already
dynamic.
had it's dynamic.
Okay.
It's quite dynamic. If not, we won't be struggling the way we are now. So something is coming from outside to kind of erode and erase some of the good culture that
But
we have.
why is it easier for that different kind of culture to erode ours? But it's not easy for it to erode cultures in Asia.
Okay, have you ever seen the book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa?
Go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Now you want to go there.
That's part of if you ask me, they looked at that thing basically via economic, just on the economic side. But it's deep.
That is what it's always been for them.
For them.
That's the end game.
The end game, but along the line, we also lost our culture. Okay, think about
I'm talking about for them, not for us. For them, the end game was the market, the economy.
It's true.
So now for us, go ahead.
Yes. It's a deep thing, actually. They wanted to, they wanted a market to be able to, they wanted an avenue to exploit us economically, because we know it as exploitation, but for them is they are developing a market. To them it's international markets avenue, just to have a way of making money from Africa while trying to give us what they had and all of that, but we all know that for us it was more emotional than for them, because that opened up a lot of corrosive dealings that actually affected not only our economy, but affected our sense of value as a people. How do you get a brother to sell his own brother to you into slavery? For the white man, he made money from the transaction. he had economic value. But for the brother, it was much more than money. Talking about selling your own brother. Something got lost there. He lost his humanity.
Okay. And we are still looking for it.
We're still looking for it.
Okay. Now, to what extent has politics also played its own role in this divide?
When you say politics, is it world
Politics,
politics, no, Nigerian politics?
Nigerian politics, African politics.
African politics played a role in
dividing us.
In dividing us. That is even, is it played a role, or is this a continuous thing, or is an ongoing thing? I don't know if you understand. Politics is divisive, especially in our side of the divide where we actually do not have a culture that promotes the kind of politics that we play. The politics we know now is also an imported politics. You understand what I'm saying? The average African man is really not a Democrat, for instance. We really do not. As at now, we don't have the capacity for democracy.
Is it that we don't have a capacity for democracy, or is not our kind of culture for democracy?
Yeah.
We look forward to leadership from another source.
Yes.
Or is it a religion or something?
Talk about, democracy requires a higher level of mindset. Is it true?
When you say higher level of mindset, how do you define high level of mindset? Because aside the Greeks, even the United States that practices the same thing, we saw what happened in the last election.
But you would agree with me that what we are practicing in Nigeria is far from being a democracy.
Okay, now let's focus on the politics. Now we'll get to see neighbors who can't talk again, all because of
exactly. That's why I said mindset. People, if you have an elevated kind of understanding of politics, you would know that all of us are just trying to look at the different thoughts, do you understand, about leadership, to see which one that we think will benefit us as a people. Generally, do you understand? I can be, as in, we make it people or personality focused. What is the ideal of this person, of this candidate? What is his manifesto? What's his vision for the people?
What is his vision for the people?
You understand?
And along the line, we are losing our brothers.
Yeah, because of that's what I'm saying. They play bloody politics, fighting. They even make it ethnic. You understand what I'm saying? They even make it cultural, at some point.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. When we started asking for, if we are still our brother's keeper and asking, where is your brother? You dwelt more on the child. What about the elderly? Who takes care of the elderly in Africa?
In our society.
Before, every family took care of their elders.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was outside. It was everybody's responsibility to take care of the oldest.
Okay.
But that is not happening anymore.
Sir.
In loads of places.
Sir, that's the same problem we're talking about now. It's not our culture, for instance, to build old people's homes.
Still find it difficult to understand it.
You understand what I'm saying? It's not our culture to drag our old parents that are at a level where we should give back to them to a home with strangers they don't know from anywhere, for them to spend the rest part of their lives in. And some of them never get visits from their close family members. We were groomed. Doesn't even nature tell you that the people who took care of you, you were like an old person at that point where you were an infant, and they stood there and they took care of you. They made sure you were good. And now they are old, they have become a burden. Do you understand? The most you can do is to, trust God and believe that the same way He made it possible for them to take care of you as an infant, God will make it possible for you to to help your parents' last days on earth be comfortable to an extent. Sometimes comfort doesn't necessarily mean money. It could mean just emotional care. Just be there for them. Just, let them know that you value their contribution.
Okay, we value their contribution. Definitely, will value their contribution. Now, let's look at Bola World Initiative. Now, this is one particular initiative you have come up with over time, and you've got support from friends, family, and it's something that we are looking forward to. People also starting and being part of this particular initiative. It's our responsibility to take care of the next person. If you take a child away from the street, you've taken one problem, because someone once said the child you take away tomorrow is the problem that will haunt you the next day. So now, for taking responsibility for social transformation, to what extent can we look at this kind of initiative, not just growing, but being in the forefront of every single person to take it serious?
Beautiful, brilliant. I love to talk about this because, the bottom line of our discussions today is just this: social responsibility. Social responsibility. We all, there was a post I once made before that 2020 riots, Lekki riots. Yeah, it was like a prophecy. You understand what I'm saying? Because I was like, the way our society is going, it will be like, like trying to push back. I'm sure that you saw when the Babbage, that ocean there, was trying to actually reclaim the land, some part of the land, exactly. And exactly what it took, the kind of stones they were trying to use to bridge the water and all of that, it will be nothing compared to, the kind of volcano that can erupt when a society becomes like ice towards its youth, especially. Do you understand? When a society doesn't have plan for its youth, doesn't have, doesn't create any inch of hope for its youth, visible hope. I'm not talking about the one they are doing hanky-panky behind closed doors and they say they gave somebody loan here, they gave somebody. I'm talking about visibly, to make it visible across the states, where people know this is what the nation is doing for its young citizens, to give them hope, to be able to maximize their gifts, their talents, or even their vision. That is part of the problem we're having in agriculture. Many young people are running away from agriculture. Why? Because they don't see any kind of hope, support. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no plan for even if they want to get the land to use for agriculture, will the government be able to get a land, just lease them land to use without them having to look for capital to buy and all of that? I'm just saying. I'm just talking generally.
For those in agriculture, if you can get down to Niger State, a whole lot is happening there. At least that I can tell you that. So what that state should copy. Go ahead.
You understand what I'm saying? Those things are the kind of things we're complaining about, Jakba and all of that. These are the reasons why we are losing our youth every day. Traveling out, some of them are drowning in the ocean just so they can get away from Nigeria. When we have enough resources, if our leaders can just be sensitive and reasonable. You understand what I'm saying? You can't be trying to tell me that you're trying to help me when I see you every day live in abject luxury in the midst of people that can't find daily food to eat. Does it make sense?
Okay, so for the initiative right now, let's look at to what extent can let's say a young man who is doing his business and breaking even, how can he be part of an initiative? Let's say a pastor of a church, an imam of a mosque, somebody working in an office. where should you start helping the next person beyond what you've been doing?
Exactly, sir. Let's look at, for instance, let's look at the companies, the viable organizations, companies that are doing well in the country today. Yeah? What are they doing as their corporate social responsibility? I'm not talking about backdoor. See, we have a lot of companies that say that they have a scholarship scheme. We do not know when those scholarship opportunities are open. They don't make it visible. They don't make it open. So at the end of the day, the people who do not need scholarship are the ones who get it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because some people want to claim, oh, my child is brilliant, so he gets, that's why he's getting a scholarship. So people that can actually afford to pay school fees for their children, they take all those opportunities to themselves and they share it to themselves. And we don't see how the people who are at the rung of the ladder are getting helped. It's the same way that you have, local government chairman, they come out from communities. We've been to many communities, and we've been to over 110 communities since we started on medical and food outreaches. And many of the communities don't even have basic things like water. The water they use they drink, you can't wash your feet with the water. And still they have people from their communities that say they are selected as representatives in government. What are they doing? How do they, even the projects, those white elephant projects, do they follow them up? Do they supervise them? Do they make sure that the projects are delivered to the people?
So that's where the local government is going to come in now, because now we are looking at local government autonomy and them getting their monies.
Exactly.
So this is where they are going to play.
Exactly.
And this is where we should hold them accountable.
Yes. And sir, every company in Nigeria that is coming here to do business and is doing well should begin to be involved in the communities where they're resident. In that little town, Ota, there are many of them there. What are they doing visibly to help develop the communities where they are making money from?
What are they doing to develop? Now, if we get to sit on the table and also talk to them, don't you think it's possible that somewhere, somehow, they are also trying and somebody somewhere is sitting on it?
That's what I'm saying.
Because we've also seen that happen.
That's what I'm saying. See, I want to see, every outreach we go to in rural areas, if you're passionate about something, if you're passionate about helping people, you make sure you follow through to make sure that they are getting this help. I don't know if you understand. You make sure to follow through, not just having some statistics on paper. Find out if the people you say you made the budget for, an allocation for, are really getting the help they need. People are frustrated in a lot of these
whoever makes a budget for a particular project should make sure
they follow it up.
They follow up.
It's not maybe give it to some organization that will go and use it and buy a new car, and that's the end of the thing. And the people have not seen anything.
Now, what about the people? At what point should they start holding other people responsible for anything coming into their community?
Let them make it so open that the people know that this is an opportunity that they have created to benefit them. So they can be able to help whoever is the go-between responsible. I don't know if you understand. If they do not know you have any plan for them, there will be no way to let them know. For instance, all our outreaches are put out there. Some of our partners, all our partners are notified before outreach and are given the reports of all the outreaches. So they know where the contributions they are making is going. They know that the people are getting helped. I don't know if you understand.
I fully understand. It's always a pleasure when we have direct talk with someone who is out there and making a whole lot of change. I want to say thank you very much, Ichi, for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to everyone out there, you're wondering, this is still SOUQ Pulse. Yes, it is. We are saying we should get productive. Remember, that is Bonjour tagline. We are saying we should not keep quiet. Remember, that is what we say on daily basis. We are also saying let's get to block every avenue where we are losing. Then we are saying, hey, let's get productive. Now we have to take care of the young person. We also take care of the older people. Then we have to make sure that the youth knows what they are doing. Also remember citizenship diplomacy. We are Africans. We can't lose our identity, no matter what. The culture that took care of you is still the same thing, and it's your responsibility to take care of the next person. And remember, just as Chichi said, we need to start holding ourselves accountable for every single project and every single budget that has been reeled out. It is our responsibility to make sure that it's not just done, but done properly and to those that are targeted. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse. We don't keep quiet. We keep talking. We'll do this again tomorrow. And for everyone out there, remember, follow us on our social media handles. Go on YouTube, go on Facebook, go on Instagram, go on TikTok. It's at SOUQ News. SOUQ News TV. Remember, same thing on all channels. And also follow me at CGovnor, CGUVNOR, on all social media handles. Yes, want to say thank you very much. It's great having you. And let's do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.